Get in on the action this season with Underdog's Pick'em game. Select higher or lower between 2 and 8 players and compete for up to 325 times your entry. Use code DIRECTOR when signing up to receive up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick. Action.
Who's got it better than us?
Hey, it is I, the director. What's going on, everybody? Day 2. We still got our good spirits, our good vibes, our aura. We are here. Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. To all the Bolt fam around the world. Yesterday, dude, man, we had over 3,000 people in here during the Chargers pick. That was absolutely crazy, dude. What a day. Hey, guys, on a scale from 1 to 10, where are you on Akeem Messador right now? Just kind of getting the vibe of the room here. Okay, I'll give you guys my number here in just a second, but I'm sure you guys know where I'm at. I think Messador, dude. Yeah. I put up a clip yesterday on X talking about actually highlighting a lot of what we talked about before the draft on Akeem Messador. So y'all know I wasn't talking out of my butt. That we're not just hyping him up because he was selected by the Chargers. No! Those are the words spoken by past director in which we did not think Messador was going to come. Every single time that we drafted him on PFF and stuff like that, which I think was like 3 or 4 times, we said to ourselves, well, this isn't going to happen. He's not falling to the Chargers at 22, but we're going to do it anyway because anything could happen. And lo and behold, anything could happen. Falls to 22. We get ourselves a very impactful player for the next 5 years on that defensive line. I'm seeing 10. I'm seeing 9, 8, 8, 8, 9, 10, 10, 8, 8. I'll say the consensus here is between 8 and 10. So like 9. Like 9 on here, man. Yeah, we're going to do our grades after the draft as well on Monday. We got our first $5 Holly in the chat coming in. It says, would you be okay for a trade-up using round 3 picks for a guy like Bantis? Yes. The thing that you often see happen on day 2 that makes trades a little easier to execute is the fact that, number 1, you don't have to give up as much to move up just a few spots. But number 2, a lot of the times the thing that'll get done, which we used a lot in our mock drafts, is a pick swap. So you'll see a lot of the times, let's say the Chargers want to move up in the 2nd round. We'll give up our 3rd, but the team we're trading with will kick us back a 4th. So in reality, we retain the same number of picks, but we go up and get our guy. That is something that I would be absolutely okay with. Now, it's a weird draft. A lot of people are saying that this range between like the middle of the 1st round and then all the way into like the middle of the 3rd round, like all these players are kind of graded weird, and there's just like this organism of like, hey, you're throwing a dart at the same target, you know, at least the same part of the target when you're drafting in those positions. So essentially, you're taking away one of your dart throws if you were to trade up and get a guy. But honestly, with the way the offensive line is right now, I'm totally fine with trading up and getting one of the guards as long as we can retain, you know, one of our picks from day 3. I think I'd be totally fine with that. John Wayne, by the way, thank you so much. Burrell. John Wayne, $5 holla. Keem is 10-10. If Bantis not there, At 55, let's get a corner, wide receiver, defensive tackle, BPA, round 3, center, kick him to guard. Let's go. There's a couple of centers that you could think that with. Yeah, a couple of centers that you might be able to accomplish that with. It puts the Chargers in a situation where the guys we have in there now likely start the year. There's maybe time for the next guy, especially if it's a center moving positions, to like get caught up and perhaps take over at some point. But anything at this point on that offensive line is pretty important on day 2. And this is something, again, that we talked a lot about before the draft in terms of, I think the Chargers did the right thing in round 1. There's a lot of people that disagree with it, but I think in this edge class, you got to get in on this talent. Like, it's a weird class. There's a lot of, ups and downs in terms of quality of players. I think there's the least amount of blue chip players that we've seen in a long time. And so being able to get a guy who's a immediate impact player in the first round, I think was a must, and they got in on the edge position, which is the strongest position in this class. I think they made the right call there. But in our mock drafts and in our examples, that often pushed us to the obligation to take guard in day 2. And sometimes that meant round 3, but more often or not, that meant going in round 2. Okay? Now, the biggest advantage we have, and let me see, do I still have this up from yesterday? Yes, I do. The biggest advantage that we have in trying to accomplish this is positional value. Okay? The Chargers have a lot of teams in front of them that are going to need guard. Okay? The Niners, who kick off the second round, they could certainly take a guard here. Let's see. The Bills desperately need a guard. The Giants took one. The Texans took one. The Browns maybe could. I know they signed Zion. Did they get another guard on the other side? I don't remember. But that being said, there's got to be at least 4 or 5, maybe even 6 teams that are likely going to be needing a guard between us and pick 55. All right? That does not spell well for what we are trying to accomplish here. Now, at the very top, you got Pregnon, you got Basantis. You can maybe, like they were saying, kick one of these guys to guard, like Lou. I think Jalen Farmer's probably not a bad idea either. I know it seems like a reach because you see this 88 by his name, but I've seen him drafted in the second round, especially the tail end of the second round a few times in other bigger personality mock drafts. There's also the possibility of kicking one of these guys outside, inside. Jennings Dunker was one of my favorite. I took him in our collab with NFL Mike. Caleb Tiernan is one that you see kicked out, or I should say inside, excuse me. These guys kicking inside a lot. And there's a few of these other guys down here. I don't know if they're worth mentioning because they're probably more of day 4 picks. But, that kind of rounds your number out to maybe 5 or 6 total players. Which, hopefully one of them falls to the Chargers. Now, one thing to support that idea is the fact that there are a lot of bigger positions and a lot of, I'm going to say, players that shouldn't be on the board still here that are going to push that talent down. The biggest reason we got Akeem Messador was because of, I think, 2 big moves that we saw on Thursday, which was, first, the Ty Simpson reach. That kind of caught everybody off guard. And then second, I don't think anybody had Caleb Banks going before us because of all the injury stuff. But both of those things happened, and I think that's the only reason Messador made it to us at 22, and we were lucky that he was there. That could kind of happen again on day 2 because, again, look at the very top over here, man. Jamal McCoy is like a top 10 talent, but the medicals, have been pushing him down into the second round. He's going to get taken before the Chargers. I'm almost certain of that. Terrell as well. I think you're going to see a little run on DB. The edge position itself is awesome. You still have Howell, Parker, Young, Thomas, Akis. I think all these guys could go before us at pick 55. You could even make a case for like Josephs or Sutton. Some people really like Heights. Edge is a big, valuable position that teams will take in the second round in this class that has a lot of really good talent in day 2 at the position. Then you got quarterback. There's been talk that, Carson Beck could be on the move today. Some people talked about Drew Allar. These are things that could actually happen between us and the top of the second round. So I don't know. And then defensive line was the other one I was thinking about too. I think there's a lot of defensive line talent between us here. Kaden McDonald, Miller, Lee Hunter. I wouldn't mind taking him if I'm being honest. Some of these guys could jump ahead too. Halton, Orange. So what that's going to do is end up pushing talent down. Maybe we get lucky and we see one of those guys that we're hoping to shore up that line available at 55. But you're going to need some help. It's In terms of the actual, like, true guard prospects, I think you might have to trade up to get either one of them. You may get lucky in finding one of these guys, though, Tiernan or Dunker, closer to 55 to the Chargers. But we'll have to wait and see. I think at the very bottom of it, though, at the very, like, very worst, you got to get one in round 3. I think there's absolutely no excuse to walk away from day 2 if you've got all your picks without a guard with the state that the position is in right now. And you're going to have options in the 3rd round, too, if it comes to it. That 3rd round is what, pick like 86, right? So you got guys in this range, the Hex, the Farmers, the Slaughters. Logan may be able to kick out or kick in, whatever, kick out. Tackle prospects around that range, maybe not so much, but I do remember seeing at guard – yeah, Bo Stevens and these guys. You could maybe even reach. Schrauf, not too sure about. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. I think at the bottom of it, though, the bottom line here is I think the Chargers made the right call. I think they made the right move in getting their edge in day 1. Let's figure out something in day 2 with guard, though. You got to get that done. Imagine how much smoother this draft goes for the rest of our experience as fans if we can get a guard in there and not have to sweat it for the rest of the day. Yeah? Then we can kind of do whatever we want. Bo Stevens is nice. Yeah, physical. That whole Iowa line is great. Outlet coming in with the 5. Greetings. Going to dip in a few hours for the Michael movie. Nice, but had to tune into the director. Hey, thank you so much, man. $5 holla. Let's get it. Enjoy your movie, but let's get it. Time to go grab a guard. Maybe a cornerback in round 5. Yeah, I think the Chargers are going to want to try and trade and get their guy Joe Ortiz, our 5th round pick, because right now we do not have one. And we've got a really nice record of drafting some nice players in that round. Maybe there is a trade down opportunity. What would you guys think about that? Let's say we get to pick 55 and there ain't nobody there. Right? All the guards, everybody's gone. At least at that range. What about trading down, getting a couple of picks, a 5th and a 7th or something like that? And then closer to the tail end, let's say we trade with the Patriots, right, at 63. Then maybe we do go after somebody like, in terms of a reach, an offensive line. I don't know. Maybe at that point you take best player available and then you push line later. But I don't know. It is interesting. I think Dunker or Tiernan would be fine in that range if they're there. But it is interesting. A lot of good players. These are the things I want you guys to walk away from. The opener. These are the things I want you guys to walk away from with before we get this thing started, okay, as the Niners are on the clock. There's a lot of good talent still on the board. Positional value dictates that the some of the linemen, especially guard, should fall. I don't know how far you're going to see Pragnone and Basantis fall, but it is going to push them down, okay? If the Chargers want one of those 2 guys, I think more than likely they will have to trade up. I'm fine doing that as long as it's a pick swap. Retain the number of picks, but go ahead and move down if you have to. And don't completely freak out if we miss on guard in round 2, but I'm really hoping that we do hit it in round 2. All right, we got Hugo ready for day 2. 57 months, by the way. Get a guard here in round 2, 100%. Absolutely. What happened to Kennard? He had a procedure, like a bone spur removal or something that was bothering him last year, that he's feeling much better with now. So you probably see a little bit more of him this season. But those kind of prospects tend to take some time anyway. What's up, Dodger, at the $5 hollow? If we don't take a guard today, I'm no longer watching Maul. Ball's in your court. No! Maul's fantastic! That show came out of nowhere and blew my socks off, dude. That is some Star Wars, some genuine Star Wars content hitting Disney Plus, man. I have thoroughly enjoyed that show. Wondering what happens with Junior Colson? Yeah. Have to wait and see. 3rd year. Hopefully he gets himself on the field. Bolt up. The first draft you remember watching live, who was the Bolts pick? That's a really interesting question because I remember watching a lot of drafts live and remembering like kind of following it and being excited. But I think the year that Joey Bosa was drafted was my first like really big year into football. Like I kind of liked it, and I was already a Chargers fan by that time, but by this time I was already like, man, whoo, really invested in NFL football. Because my buddies in high school were trying to get me into it. But I think I remember like really getting into football and actually starting to watch football probably around 2009 or 2008. And I watched it pretty casually for a few years until I got really into it. I would say probably around 2011. And then around 2014 or 2013 is when I started getting pretty into it and actually watching the draft. And 2016 is when I was like pretty heavily invested in what was happening. So it was about a 5-year journey, I think, for me to get into this like super football head, mentality. Let me see. Let me see if I can remember. I remember Jason Verrett. I remember and by the way, if you guys don't know my story, nobody in my family watches sports. And so it was around junior high school that I started kind of looking into football a little bit, but nobody else in my house would watch it. They kind of would watch soccer and they kind of would watch rugby, but no American football. Let me see. What's the first name that jumps out to me? I remember the Chargers drafting Larry English, I think, is the first one I remember. Larry English in 2009 is the first one I remember. I remember Ryan Matthews. I bought his jersey. Remember being kind of excited about him. Corey Liuget. I remember Melvin Ingram. Okay, I do remember all these guys. Jason Verrett, Melvin Gordon, I remember being excited about. But Joey Bosa, I was like super stoked when we drafted him. But yeah, I would say my official answer, the first one I do remember is Ryan Matthews. I recall watching the draft with Larry English because I was like, I'm not super into football yet. I don't know who this guy is. But Ryan Matthews, I remember being excited enough to go get his jersey. I still have it in my closet here, actually, which is pretty funny. I missed Ryan Leaf. Yeah, I missed out on that vote. Oh my God, it's Joey Bosa. That's crazy, dude. Layout from yesterday. Oh yeah, we're going to actually do this today. I think this will be a lot better. Yeah. We're getting all that official work in here. On the bottom. The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers, by the way. The pick is in. And I think when it's counting down, I think there is a little clock on there. It's not moving again. I think it's every time we move away from this, isn't it? I'll fix it here in just a second. Niners selection is in. And Dean does. Up, director. I'm on vacation. Hawaii. Let's freaking go, guard. Yes, let's go. Enjoy your vacation. Enjoy your aloha. Aloha. Okay, so they're doing a little pre-selection speech here. With the 33rd pick, the Niners select Stribling off the board. Wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Stribling! This is going to be a weird draft, dude. This is going to be a weird draft. Stribling, the first player off the board in round 2, was not on my bingo card. Stribling's a good player, dude. He's fast. Yeah, he's not. He can develop into something nice, but I did not see him as the top player in the second round. That is crazy. Matthew with the 60 months. What up, director? Hope you're doing good. Need a guard today. Bolt up. Hey, thank you so much, Matthew Dahl. 60 months, man. The big 6-0. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. Nightwave, welcome to the crew. Melvin Ingram was a dog. Yes, dude. Yes. Bolt gang or don't bang. That's crazy, man. That was a trip down memory lane. That was my my high school years. I think I remember Larry English and going to class and talking and asking about him. I kind of vaguely remember Kaysen too. But I do remember Larry English. And Ryan Matthews, dude, I was so excited about Ryan Matthews and Melvin Ingram and then Joey Bosa. I remember being very soft on DJ Fluker and Corey Legit. Trip down memory lane. So the pick is now in for the Cardinals in the second round. Did we get your guys' chat working again? I think we did. Yeah. Pick is in for the Cardinals. Gotta get this draft tracker working for me. There we go. Dribbling, dude. Actually, let's see if this site has it on here too. Pick is in for the Cardinals. I wonder what they're going to do, man. Are they really in on Carson Beck? Is that smoke? Is that smoke screen? As Jermon McCoy, Avieon Terrell, McNeel Warren, these DBs are starting to slide a little bit. You still got a lot of edge players on here. By the way, I think Sean Merriman might be the one making our announcement today. With the 34th pick, the Cardinals select Chase Bantis off the board, man. Chase Bantis is the pick. That's too bad. Chase Bantis off the board. Wow, dude, that did not take long. I thought it would take a little bit, especially not the Cardinals. The Cardinals, if anything... Yeah, I don't know. It just must have been their BPA. And maybe they just wanted to... I don't know. Maybe they figured... That's crazy. Yeah, they're doubling down, I guess, on that ground game. They bring in Love. They got Bantis. Dang, dude. Chat wants us to trade up. Now, I don't know how high Pregnone goes, man. It's kind of crazy that I've heard two different sides of things. I've heard that Pregnone was the second best guard. I've heard that Bantis was almost a first-round pick. Right now, it seems that it's steering in that direction, that Bantis was the first-round pick. But Pregnone, I didn't see him sliding very far in any mock drafts. So it almost feels like he could come off the board right now or in the next 5 or 6 picks. So, yeah, if we want Pregnone, I think it's you got to trade up. Maybe we get lucky, but a run on offensive line could easily start at any point, and that could have done it right there by the Cardinals. Yeah, Rutledge is already gone. He's already been drafted by the Texans in the first round. It was like pick 27 or something. Absolutely floored me. We can't afford to trade up. Yes and no. I don't know if you missed it, but I don't mind if we trade up so long as it's just a pick swap. So if we, let's say, give some team our 3rd round pick and they give us back their 4th round pick in order for us to move up and get a guard, I'm totally fine with that because then we got 2 4th round picks instead of completely missing out on a pick completely. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. They need guard. They need center. They need trenches as bad as the Chargers. They really do. Didn't they retain their center? Am I crazy? Yeah, they kept McGovern, right? Yeah, I don't know why they have him listed as a center as a big need here. But, I mean, it's good to get your guy of the future. That's what I'm hoping the Chargers do at some point. What if that is the case? It's like, well, there wasn't any guards, but we do have our backup center. Let's say they do get a Lou or a Slaughter or somebody, and they're like, well, I don't know how much work or how much hope they have at playing guard for us, but we got a center of the future. I mean, I guess I'd be okay with that. The 35th pick by the Bills, they're going to go with TJ Parker, edge. Okay. We can hope that there's an edge run sooner than later because obviously we don't need it. Edge, edge, edge. So with Parker off the board, now you're looking at Howell, Zion Young, R. Mason Thomas, Akis, Joshua Josephs, Dennis Sutton, and more. That's still a lot of edge players, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7 or 8 edge rushers could still absolutely go in the second round. We got Stribling, we got Basantis, and now we got TJ Parker off the board. That's a good value for them too, by the way. I'm sure the Bills are pretty ecstatic to get TJ Parker in round 2. Because I think they just moved on from what's-his-face on the Bills. Epinesa, right? And then Joey Bosa's a free agent too. I suppose they did need some help there. Somebody just traded. The Raiders just traded down. Texans are now on the board. It's a two positions, 2 spots. So the Texans just jumped. Ooh, the Giants. So the Texans wanted to jump ahead of the Giants for somebody. So the Texans already got a guard in the first round. So who did the Texans jump ahead of maybe it's wide receiver? No. Could be a center here, defensive lineman here. Ooh, it could be a defensive lineman actually. It could definitely be Kaden McDonald here. That's a player I think that the Giants really wanted in the second round, considering they just lost Dexter Lawrence. I think Caden McDonald was the hope. And the Texans, who also need defensive line, I think they may have jumped him in order to secure that. That'll be my prediction here, but again, anything could happen. There were... Lee Hunter would be good, too. Yeah, the pick is in. Lee Hunter would be good, too. Lee Hunter's more of who you want if you want a bit more upside in pass rush from the interior. Caden McDonald's a great pick if you want somebody that stops the run. There was one more defensive tackle that I kind of liked in this range, too. Let me see. Christian Miller. Yeah, Christian Miller. He's a run defender, too. We'll have to wait and see, man. Who did the Texans target when jumping ahead of the Giants to select? And Dindo with the $5 hollow. I swear I'm about to crash. If no one wants to trade with us, then the issue is GM. All playoff teams making moves, 11 wins pop. It's really tricky to trade. Trading up, I think, is easier than trading down, if I'm being honest with you, too. I think trading down, you have to hope that somebody calls you. It's almost like trying to make a deal with almost anything in life. If you're the one initiating the deal, then that gives the other person a lot of power to negotiate and change the terms. But if somebody comes to you with a deal, then you have the power. And so trading down, I would imagine that the philosophy of Joe Ortiz is not to go to other teams and saying, hey, we want to trade down. What do you guys want to do? Because that puts them in the driver's seat. He's hoping that people give him offers so that he can steer the ship a little bit better and get the value that he thinks is deserved for his picks. But again, it's tough. Trading up in the second round, too. Let me tell you guys what I would be willing to do here. If the Chargers trade up, and right now we are at the very top of the second round, so it would be a lot, right? You're talking like a difference of like 200 points to trade up at this point. I don't think the Chargers have the capital. If you're going to trade up, you're probably looking more towards like 110 point swing. So that would put you around pick 49, 48, in which you can trade a third round pick and still get something back like a fourth or a fifth. If they wanted to completely trade it away, okay, so this is what I'm saying, guys. If we were to trade up right now to what would be the Raiders pick, hypothetically, you're probably giving the Raiders our third and fourth round pick to move up right now, which is, it's a lot. I don't know if they're going to want to do that. Here comes the selection for the Texans. Joel with the $5 holla. I'm a Texas guy. I need Jacob Rodriguez to be a Chargers ASAP. That would be sick, dude. That would be sick. I mean, again, it's an underrated need. I think Chargers fans, myself included, haven't given it enough thought. But Rodriguez, it's hard to not like the player. He's awesome. The question is, where do they think his the impact will be on that in that linebacker room? He is crazy though, man. He is awesome. He'd be a really nice successor as we got. Oh, by the way, Kaden McDonald was the pick for the Texans. I was correct. I was totally right. But like we got a successor in Mac with Messador, you know, Rodriguez, Allen, one of these guys. Anthony, I like Anthony Hill a lot too. We can get one at linebacker. It depends on where the Chargers value the position. That's crazy, man. Yeah, Kaden McDonald was the pick. I was absolutely right. The Texans need defensive line. They knew the Giants needed to replace Dexter Lawrence in some way, and so they jumped the Giants, and they picked up the best run defender in the draft. Yeah, I just want to take him in the first round. Yeah, Kaden McDonald is awesome. I would not have been mad at that selection in the first round either. So I'm sure the Texans are ecstatic to see Kaden McDonald in the second round. Yeah. So I'll tell you guys when we're getting close to the range of where I think the Chargers should be trading up, but right now it's still a bit too high. We're like 10 picks too high right now. Got to hope and pray people continue to fall. But there's still, again, a lot of really good talent left on the board. The Giants pick is in, and the Raiders are now on the clock. McCoy, Warren, Terrell, Howell, Boston, Pregnon, yes, Miller, Hunter, Zion Young, a lot of edge players still. Again, so much can still happen between now and 55. Texans going all in. They got some good trench players, that's for sure. Kaden McDonald, Kalen Rutledge, like, they're looking pretty mean. And that defensive line was already really nasty in Houston. Oh, dude, imagine adding McDonald. That's going to be disgusting. That Texans line is going to be ridiculous. Them and the Giants, funny enough, who they jumped, their lines look freaking stacked, dude. Boston keeps dropping. Yeah, don't overrule wide receiver. Again, my issue with wide receiver, if Boston falls, then yeah, that's one I can definitely see. Some people like Chris Bell. I like Chris Brazel a lot too. Some people like the Bells, Skylar and Chris Bell. Jeremy Bernard's another one that people were thinking about. But my point here is that I think at this point, I need a needle mover. I don't know how many of those are in the second round. I think the Chargers have some pretty good talent in there already. But if they do add somebody, I hope they add somebody with a very defined purpose. Like Denzel Washington, of course, if he falls, would be awesome. He's your obvious X. There's a few guys in that range in day two, I'm going to say, that I would be fine with them doing that. The X receivers, I think, that look great. Denzel Boston, Elijah Surratt, Ted Hurst, and Malachi Fields. I think all of those guys, you could probably line them up there and feel good about it. But the problem is, outside of maybe Boston, I like Trey Harris there better anyway. So it feels a little bit redundant. The other guys that I really like, that I think they could carve a role out for themselves on the roster, Deion Burks, dude, I've been super high on him for a long time. A lot of people don't like him because he's small, but my goodness, does he look good as an all-around prospect. Route running, speed. I think he ran a 4.3 flat. He was almost in the 4.2s. He's big and stocky, so he can take a hit in the NFL. And then, of course, if you guys want the fastest player, Brandon Thompson. And I think both of those guys would carve themselves out a nice role because they do something that you just cannot teach, and that's they're fast. And in the case of Deion Burks, they're pretty refined in some areas, too. Brandon Thompson's actually pretty good, too, in those areas as well. But I like Deion Burks a lot, man. I think that he may be going higher than people expect. I would be ecstatic to see him in the third. Yeah, Brandon Thompson's not bad. I'm just a Denzel fan myself. I think he looks awesome. So the pick is in for the Giants. They're excited. You can tell that there's some frustration there, that they were hoping to get that defensive tackle, but I think with the players left on the board, they still got some good selections there at the top of the second round. Raiders on the clock, followed by the Browns coming up here in a second. Here comes Goodell for the Giants pick. Waiting to see where Brazel goes? Yeah. I'm really hoping he doesn't go to the freaking Chiefs, man. It feels like that's a spot that he'd do well. Giants select Colton Hood. Colton Hood! Okay. They go corner. And again, every time you see a position like this go off the board, you hope that there's a run or something coming. Yeah, Colton Hood could end up being pretty good for him. Yeah, he looks good. And then again, that could be the start of a lot of DBs that come off the board here. Yep. Pat wants to trade up for Pregnon. Again, guys, if you want to trade your third and your fourth for Pregnon, you can do it right now. It actually would take your third, your second, your third, and your fourth to get to Pregnon. It would take 3 picks. And if they end up doing it again, I mean, that's great. I mean, we need it, whatever. But if we can hang in there until around pick like 45 to like 50, somewhere in that range, then we could probably still walk away with a handful of picks instead of giving up everything for the one guy. You know what I mean? So the Raiders pick is in. The Browns are now on the clock. Don't think we can risk waiting, honestly, and I get it. It's anxious. We got to figure out the position. And I hate saying this because it sucks to think about, but it's something you should be prepared for too. I've been saying for a while, don't be shocked with the way the Chargers value the position or don't value the position if they don't go in on guard until day 3. It's something that I posted a few days ago. Let me show you guys. As an actual possibility, just considering the environment that we're drafting in. Yeah, right here. I said on April 19th, scenario, it's started day 3, we haven't drafted a guard. Are you panicking or trusting the process? And that's because, again, it could happen. It's just considering what the Chargers do and this class and the draft environment, it could absolutely happen. We're hoping not. We're hoping that they get somebody beforehand. With the Raiders selection, they're going to take Braden Stukes, dude, to the Raiders. Dang it, dude. I loved Stukes' potential to the Chargers. I hate that he's going to the Raiders. I could have accepted if he went to the Browns, if he went to the Texans, if he went to the Bengals or whatever, but to the Raiders, that sucks. I liked him. He's awesome. He's a DB. He's a safety corner hybrid. Should say a slot corner safety hybrid. He plays nasty. He's good. That's a good pick. A rare Raiders good pick. Of course, they didn't really do much to surprise us in the first round anyway. Browns are on the clock. Followed by the Chiefs, mind you. The Chiefs are up and coming. Trade QJ for a second. I've heard that they're not trading QJ. It could have been smoke for sure, but it feels like they're going to try and ride him out for another year, hope to get good production. Worst case scenario, he walks and we get a comp pick. Best case scenario, he turns into this awesome player in his final year and we can give him an extension. Which, if you track it, QJ has been getting much better every single year. He started off really, really bad and turned into a pretty decent player up last season. So if that trajectory continues, we'll see what happens. If it just doesn't quite reach the expectations, then we probably get a comp pick considering he was a first rounder. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Where am I at right now is kind of what I'm mulling around in my brain. Because right now it just kind of feels like BPA with all these awesome players still on the board. Because in my mind, Stribling was a reach. Everything else feels on par, though. Everything else feels pretty good. I think we would be lucky to end up with Jennings Dunker if we went offensive line. We'd be extremely lucky to get Pregnon. But I'd be happy if one of these DBs make it to us too, or one of these defensive linemen. Lee Hunter would be an awesome add to the line too. The Chargers would just be this insane machine and chewing up quarterbacks. Maybe we wait for preseason guard cuts, says Burrell Bikes on the $2 hauler. That definitely could happen. There's a second wave, yes, or maybe even third by now, of free agency that's going to happen, players that are cut. The Chargers are going to be in on that almost certainly. Like, it feels like that's kind of where they live. The draft beat third round guard so bad, yeah. What'd you say there, Hugo? Dude, the draft can't be commercial free, please. I know, dude. This was such a big problem yesterday. I hated that. We'd go to commercial for like 45 minutes and then have to pack in like 6 picks in order to catch up to the actual draft. I saw people posting on Twitter, they're like, I'm at the draft. Why does Twitter know the next 3 picks before I do? Cody with the $2 holla. Let McDaniel scheme QJ up for a year. Yep, could be nasty. Yeah, and again, there's 2 things that could happen there. That he either reaches his potential, and we're very happy with that, and we re-sign him. He does, again, let's say he does reach the potential, and we just don't want to pay the number he's asking for, and somebody else does. We get that comp pick back. You know what I mean? Or even another option, the Chargers could try and trade him late in the season if he's just having a heater and somebody wants a receiver, and maybe we get better than a third round back. You know what I mean? Could be interesting. But yeah, I think it's not a bad idea to see what he's got in this McDaniel system before shipping him off, if that's the ultimate objective, which I'm hoping it's not. I hope that he hits his stride and he can stay with the team. Director's biggest fan, best username on the internet. Director, after 1 season, how do you rate last year's draft? It seems like Hampton is the only solid pick. No, I think last year was pretty good all around. It's just a lot of what the Chargers were trying to do was thrown off by the tackles going down. I think if the tackles don't go down, and Hampton himself and Najee Harris, I truly believe that last season's ultimate plan and strategy was the run game. And your tackles and running backs going down, everything fell apart. But Hampton, awesome pick. He's going to end up being this franchise guy for a while. Trey Harris should see an ascension in the next couple of years. Of course, Oronde Gadsden was awesome. I think last season's draft was pretty solid. I think it was pretty good. I think, if anything, Joe Ortiz has really dropped the ball in free agency, but I think he's really made up for it in the draft, which is something I'm hoping he can nail today, too. So, yeah, I feel pretty good about it. Yeah, that was the one I was forgetting. I was like, there was one more that I really liked that did turn out pretty well. It was Jamari Caldwell. That's right. The one that I didn't quite think... Oh, there's Denzel Boston, by the way. Denzel Boston off the board to the Browns. Good pick for them. Good pick. That sucks for Boston, but good for them. Denzel Boston's going to be a good weapon in this league, dude. The one pick that I think we're kind of waiting to see on is Kyle Kennard. Everybody else, I think, has really hit in some way, shape, or form. Emmanuel McNeel Warren, Pregnone, CJ Allen at 55. Any one of them would be a good pick. I think, obviously, Pregnone is the move there. But, I mean, McNeel Warren would be a tremendous value in a lot of people's eyes. We'll have to wait and see. But, yeah, Boston and Concepcion, man, they doubled up on wide receiver. I totally forgot about that. Holy cow. And they got two really good kinds of wide receivers. Yeah, Concepcion, he can be your Z, your slot. He's your returner. And then you got this awesome X and Denzel Boston. Wow, what a move by the Cleveland Browns. Weird, but good. I think it's good value for them, too. Here come the Chiefs pick, which is in. Shedeur is happy. Whoever's playing quarterback for them, question mark, is probably pretty happy. That's a big upgrade in weapons for them. We're already over 1,000 people, dude. Day 2 just started. Oh, calm down. We've only been here like 45 minutes. Hit that like button. Nervous about this pick? Yeah. Me too. I think it's either receiver or edge. Let's see. Who are the receivers on the board? Bell, Bernard, Brazel, I'm kind of worried about. Both of the Bells. Edge. I hope it's not Howell or Young. With the 40th pick, the Chiefs select... R. Mason Thomas. They went edge. I get it. R. Mason, awesome. He's explosive. I think he was said to be more of a developmental guy, though, that he's going to take some time. He's going to be a situational dude here at first, but, I mean, him and Cashius Howell are probably in that same boat anyway, but maybe more so more so R. Mason Thomas. 6 sacks last year, 19 hurries. Only 3 QB hits. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and he was one of those guys, too, where it's like he's a really, really good pass rusher. Maybe struggles versus the run just a little bit. But, yeah, R. Mason, he's part of this really awesome edge class. Very interesting to see him go before Howell and Young. If they were to go any of their edge rushers, I'm kind of relieved they went R. Mason Thomas. But, again, they're... boards and everybody's boards within the NFL are going to look way different than the consensus that we see online. Yeah. And McCoy, yeah, continues to fall. Crazy. Dermod McCoy still on the board now at pick 41 with the Bengals, whose pick is in. Yeah, R. Mason. R. Mason. Hey, big love to you, Dragonfire. And the Chargers have been plotting to sign Juwan Jennings. I think that there could be a Juwan Jennings signing in the future. I think if they're making a move at wide receiver via free agency, it makes a lot of sense. It's a little murky because of the comp pick crap. A trade could also make sense afterwards, too, if you're looking post June 1st. We'll see. And Dino with a 5. How pissed would you be if Pregno got picked by the Ravens? If they doubled up on guard and they took the 2 guys that we wanted most, I would be pretty upset. I don't think they do that, though. Let's see. The Ravens, they need both guards. As far as I know, they only needed the one. They got Vega. The other side is John Simpson, who I think was somebody ascending, right? I think center's more likely for them in the second round because they lost Linderbaum as well. Cashius Howell. We're seeing the edge run. Here it is. Here we go. The Bengals go Cashius Howell, and that there is their Hendricks successor. At least the beginnings of it. Good pick by the Bengals, dude. That's a solid pick. Yep, here go the edges. Here go the edges. Hey, thank you so much. And think that $5 holla. I would be pissed if they took Pregnone. I think more than likely if they go offensive line at center. They got to figure out what they're doing there after Linderbaum took off. Yeah, Howell to the Bengals. Howell to the Bengals. Nice. Okay. So what do we got here now? We got the Saints. And the Saints took Jordan Tyson in the first round, right? Did they have more than one first-round pick? I think they just had the one. So they may end up going edge as well, actually. They need edge. They need defensive line. Let's see. Do they have anybody that would fit them? Zion Young would fit them beautifully. So you've got Howell and Thomas off the board. Zion Young, the pick is in for the Saints. Zion Young would be a great fit for them. They could go defensive line in terms of interior too. They could go Christian Miller. They can go Dominic Orange. Lee Hunter, I think underrated. Or they could go with one of the linebackers. CJ Allen is still on the board there. Of course, BPA is always on the table with McCoy and the DBs that are there now. But, yeah, no, that's interesting. I'll have to wait and see. Here come the Saints selection at 42. With the 42nd pick, the Saints select Christian Miller. Yep, there's the defensive line. Defensive line they go. Defensive line they go. Christian Miller to the New Orleans Saints. Very nice, dude. Yeah, okay, off our defensive line. You're seeing some movement there. 2 edges and a defensive tackle. And now the Dolphins are on the clock. We're at pick 43. I'm going to tell you guys right now, we're getting close to trade-up territory for me. We're about 4 or 5 picks away from trade-up territory for me. Here come the Dolphins. They're on the clock. This is a spot where you could see Pregnone taken off the board. I want to prepare you guys for that, okay? But more than likely, what I would do if I were in the position of the Dolphins right now, you just traded away Jalen Waddle. I see a couple of really nice players to try and step in and fill that role, including Chris Bell. Chris Bell could be a pretty nice get for them here. Brazel, this wouldn't be a bad spot for him. Jeremy Bernard wouldn't be too bad. I'm trying to remember all these guys' 40s. I know Brazel and Bell were pretty fast. Oh, wait a minute. That's why I pulled this up. Hang on. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. So Bell would be a good fit here. And Bernard. So the Dolphins are actually still on the clock. It's still counting down. If they might actually be considering BPA if that's the case. Or maybe they're working a trade. That'd be crazy. But I think the Dolphins, as far as I'm concerned, if it's BPA and position of need, I think McNeel Warren should be their pick. But they really need wide receiver. So Chris Bell, Jeremy Bernard, Skylar Bell, Chris Brazel, all kind of guys to keep an eye on here too. Dolphins have no wide receiver. They need to go wide receiver now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it feels like wide receiver is pretty big for them, but I don't know if they expected McNeel Warren to still be there at 43. I certainly did not. That would also be a pretty good pick for them here too. But they could go interior offensive line, which is my biggest worry. So we're kind of hoping they go receiver or DB. The pick is in for the Dolphins. Jets now back on the clock. This is probably the first pick with the smoke of Carson Beck that you could hear about. Maybe the Jets going in on a quarterback. Jets secretly, what did the Jets take yesterday? Of course, they took David Bailey. They had a few picks yesterday. Let's see. Reminder. They already took Amari Cooper Jr. That's right. And they took Sadiq. So the Jets probably looking at edge or corner. Jets probably looking at edge or corner. Let's see what happens with the Dolphins here first, though. Chargers fans are hoping for wide receiver or maybe DB. I think that's what makes the most sense for them. If it were me, I would go McNeel Warren here. But they could certainly go wide receiver or interior as well. Come on. I think there was just a trade. So the pick is in for the Dolphins. We're waiting to see if a trade had just developed between the Jets and another team. They just said it could be the Lions, it could be the Texans. We're waiting to hear clarity on that. The Lions have the Jets pick, so the Lions are now on the clock. Let's see who the Dolphins picked at 43. We're really close to trade-up territory here now, guys. All right, so the Dolphins, who picked up Chris Johnson with their first pick, or in the last round, who are they seeing here in round 2? McNeel Warren, a wide receiver, or maybe an interior offensive lineman, is kind of what you're thinking. With the 43rd pick, the Dolphins select Jacob Rodriguez. They went linebacker. Oh, they went linebacker. That Texas guy. There he goes. Jacob Rodriguez is going to be the pick before CJ Allen, which is kind of nuts. Yeah. Yeah, good pick by the Dolphins. Good player. He's nasty. We just got finished talking about how he was nasty, considering that there was Chargers fans hoping he'd be there at 55. Yeah. But that certainly is not one that I saw coming before CJ Allen. Interesting. So the Dolphins, who go with Jacob Rodriguez, still have a pretty big need at wide receiver that they're probably going to need to address later. Do they have another pick in the second round? No, they do not. So they had, was it 2 picks in the first round for the Dolphins, right? I remember being kind of underwhelmed for the Dolphins. They got Caden Proctor, that's right, at pick 12, which is fine, I guess. And then they ended up getting the corner. I like Chris Johnson for them. For anybody, really. So now the Detroit Lions are on the clock, and they have made their selection. Okay, Detroit, who are you looking for? Detroit. They needed tackle. I think they got it in the first round, right? Yeah, they got Blake Miller in the first round. So they still need defensive tackle and edge and linebacker. So they could be in play here for CJ Allen. They could be in play here for Lee Hunter. If I were them, though, I'm going Zion Young. Let's see what they decide. The Lions pick is in. It's Calvin Johnson, Megatron, making the selection. With the 44th pick, the Lions select Derek Moore. Wow. They did go edge, but they took Derek Moore out of Michigan. Wow. Maybe there was some character stuff that came up for Zion Young. Maybe that is in effect here. But, I mean, Derek Moore is a good player. But that is much higher than I expected to see him to go. That is much higher. I mean, they certainly going to be happy with him in Detroit, though. He's a great pass rusher. 11 sacks last year, 9 hurries. Or 21 hurries, 9 hits. I keep going to the wrong number in my head. Yeah, that's interesting, dude. All right. Interesting. We got a $5 holler from Joel. Says, no, I wish he would have at least gone to a better system. Coming back in on the linebacker pick. That's funny, man. That's funny. At least, hey, dude, he went nice and high in 43, and he went ahead of CJ Allen, which is pretty cool. But yeah, that's crazy. Thank you so much, dude. Now on the clock is Jesse Minter and the Ravens. This is where I start considering trading up, by the way. Get on the phone with Jesse Minter. See if we can work out a deal. Never mind, the pick is in. Let's see where the Ravens go. The Ravens, who already took guard, I would say center is in consideration here. They could go with the linebacker, CJ Allen. He kind of feels like a fit for them. They also desperately need wide receiver, who the best wide receivers currently on the board: Chris Bell, Jeremy Bernard, Chris Brazzell, Skylar Bell, Bryce Lance, sneaky, Williams, Surratt, and Branch. If I had to guess where the Ravens were going with this pick, considering what the board looks like and that Jesse Minter is your new head coach, I can see them. Maybe they do go DB. Do they risk Jermod McCoy, or do they go with Avieon Terrell, who's still there, dude? What do the Ravens DBs look like? Because we know Kyle Hamilton. Let's see. There's Marlon Humphrey, Awuzie, Malachi Starks, Nate Wiggins. They already look pretty good. Outside of Awuzie, maybe. You could still go DB here. Let's see. They still have Mike Green. I forgot about him. He's there on that line. John Jenkins, Travis Jones, Matabuke. It could be defensive tackle. Let me go back here. Who's still out there? Again, it's hard because Zion Young is such a good player. I could see them taking him. Where did he line up? He's an outside. I mean, still. This is tough, and they still have Trent Simpson, too. Oh, they got Trey Hendrickson as well, yeah. Where would I go here if I think, honestly, they could go... They could go offensive line again. You could see the first center taken off the board here. That probably is not a bad idea. Let's see. Depending on where they view... I mean, it is kind of a reach, but I mean, who knows where they have them graded, Lou or Hecht. But with the way the Ravens operate, it feels like BPA is kind of at like the top of their list here, which puts Pregnon, yes, Terrell, McNeel Warren, Allen in play. Depending on how you view them, McCoy and Young. This is a tough one, man. The Ravens are really, really difficult to peg. I have no idea. They did lose Isaiah Likely as well. What's the soonest I see another tight end coming off the board? Stowers? Claire, kind of. Kind of is a wait and see. Kind of a wait and see. The way the Ravens operate. CJ Allen. I'm going to spitball it. I'll just say CJ Allen with how the Ravens operate, but I don't know. We'll see. Let's see who's coming up to make the pick for him, too. Yeah, the Derek Moore thing was crazy. The Derek Moore thing would be crazy. Here come the boos for the Ravens. Don't boo the high school kids, you jerks. They're out here being so excited. Don't boo the high school kids. It's Mark Ingram making the selection for the Ravens. That's fun. They got this kid saying the Steelers suck. Oh, that's great. That kid's going to be a legend in school tomorrow. They got the girls' flag football team out there, too. Don't boo them, you jerks. While waiting for Mark Ingram to finish up the little pre-pick announcement there, the Buccaneers are going to be back on the clock, followed by the Colts, and this is the trade-up territory for me. And with the 45th pick, the Ravens are going to go with Zion Young! Zion Young, finally! Yes, good player for the Ravens, man. Dude, what a freaking haul for the Ravens. Oh, that's disgusting. That is a great freaking duo of first two picks for you in the first two rounds, man. Vega and Zion Young, two of my favorite. That is awesome. That is an awesome start for Jesse Minter and the Ravens. He's nasty. They're going to like him a lot. So the edge position, I think we've appropriately caught up. You could convince me of Gabe Akkus, Joshua Josephs, or Dennis Sutton. Deny Dennis Sutton as being a pick ahead of the Chargers in terms of guard or of edge. But there you go, man. I think a majority of the edge players now off the board. We are still 10 picks away from the Chargers selection, but this is the arena where I'm thinking trade up is totally viable. And again, if you guys missed my reasoning behind that, it's because you can trade your third round pick to move up and get Pregnon right now, but you're more than likely also going to get a fourth round pick back, which keeps your number of selections still at 5 while getting your guy at guard. The Buccaneers pick is now in. The Colts are on the clock. If I could jinx it, who do I go with in the next two picks? If I could jinx it, I'm going with Antonio Williams, wide receiver Clemson, and Mike Washington, running back at Arkansas. That's what I'm jinxing. Thanks for the $2 hollow, man. Here come the Bucs. It's Rondé Barber. With the 46th pick, the Buccaneers select Josiah Troder, a run on linebacker. Why is CJ Allen on the board? Am I missing something? Is it just because he's not super tall? Like, Is it the same thing as Bane that we're seeing with CJ Allen? That's crazy, dude. Troder, the Missouri linebacker. It's Missouri players back-to-back in Zion Young and Josiah Troder. That's crazy. I bet their teammates are going crazy right now, dude. Can you imagine? And Dino with the 2, trade with the Jets. The Artrado. Maybe. That could definitely be a good spot. As far as the trades that I have made in my mock drafts, it was the Vikings, who are 2 picks away now. Which, by the way, the Pittsburgh Steelers just traded up. Woo! The Steelers just traded up. Is this where the quarterback goes? Because we still don't know what the heck's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Is this Carson Beck? This could also be the running back, Washington, that we were just talking about. Yeah, Mike Washington could go here. They need running back. I think they should bring back Najee, if I'm being honest, dude. They could go offensive line, but you just traded up. Dude, it could be Pregnon. Crap. I hope not. But the Steelers are the kind of team that would always trade up for quarterback. We can hope for that. The LSU and Penn State quarterbacks are still there, too. Beck was the one getting all the smoke for a second rounder for some reason. Asmir over Beck, yeah. No, I think everybody's with you on that, but Beck's the one getting all the smoke for some reason. Here come the Steelers selection. Did you guys see that clip yesterday of Mekhi Lemon on the phone with the Steelers? They're all excited. And then somebody comes up to him and was like, wait, why are the Eagles calling me? And then they find out that they traded up to get Lemon, and the Steelers are just, man, dude, in their own dojo. With the 47th pick, the Steelers select Jeremy Bernard. They went wide receiver. They needed it. Jeremy Bernard. Okay. There you have it. There you have it. Pregnon still on the board. This is where I'm trying to trade up. Imagine doing all the work to be this good and draftable, and your arms are too short. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. I feel for Bane, and I feel for Allen. That is crazy. Or dealing with the injuries like McCoy, too. That's tough. Thank you for the $5 hollow, man. Yeah, we're getting close. I am definitely working the phones right now. I am working the phones if I am Mr. Joe Ortiz to go get Emmanuel Pregnon, dude. I am working the phones. I am worried. The teams in front of me that I'm worried about the most. The Steelers just selected. Who do they trade with there? It was the Colts. Colts don't need guard. Oh, the Packers definitely need guard. I would try and jump the Packers, dude. Move up like 4 spots, maybe 5, and try and get that guard. I'm very firmly on the boat right now of trading up. It's time to trade up. The pick is in for the Falcons, and then we got the Vikings now on the clock. Yeah, no, I'm working the phones right now, dude. I think we're in that range. We're definitely in that range. And if I'm being honest too, guys, just to kind of settle all our nerves a little bit, if Pregnon doesn't make it to us, which is absolutely possible, I'm not opposed to taking Jennings Dunker or Caleb Tiernan here either. We actually have about 3 solid options in front of us to go offensive line. If one of those 3 makes it to us, I think we're not in terrible position here. You could even convince me that Jalen Farmer is not a terrible pick here at 55, considering I've seen him in the second round a lot in some different mock drafts, like bigger, well-known people that are in that world, mock drafting him in the second round. Yeah, I like Farmer a lot. I love Farmer in the third round. I would totally get it and be fine with it in the second if it came to that, especially if we could trade down, which the Chargers, that is one thing that Ortiz said yesterday. He said that they're getting calls for 55 and 86. If Pregnone is gone, and maybe Jennings Dunker, if both of those guys are gone and you're not completely convinced on Tiernan, then maybe you do trade down a little bit, grab Tiernan, and a little bit of value. You could easily get a 5th and a 7th for him for a trade down. But maybe we get lucky with Pregnone. Maybe we get lucky with Jennings Dunker. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Pregnone, if we don't trade in front of the Packers, I think he's going to Green Bay. Yeah, I think that's a very realistic assumption. And the Panthers would be an excellent team to trade with. The Jets would be an excellent team to trade with. The Vikings are the first trade that I actually made a lot in my mock drafts. That's a very clean pick swap between the Chargers and Vikings in 3 and 4. If the Chargers were to trade up just ahead of the Packers, that's a difference of about 40 points. You could realistically just trade away your 4th round pick and maybe even get like a 7th back if you trade up with the Panthers. It's almost a dead even trade if it's with the Lions, which did they trade down to? There's a lot of trades happening. The Jets, yeah. So the Jets or the Panthers, you're talking about a 4th round pick just gone. You still get to keep your 3rd. The Vikings and the Falcons right now, you're talking more about a pick swap, which is totally fine with me too. Which the pick is already in for the Falcons. So now the Vikings are on the clock. The Falcons really do need... I mean, they've been working on that defensive line for a few years now. Lee Hunter would be a really good pick to them here. They also need wide receiver. Antonio Williams would probably be a good one for them. Okay, let's wait and see. If I'm the Falcons, I'm probably going Lee Hunter, Dominic Orange, Grayson Halton here. Defensive line. But who knows? I mean, they could even take a swing at Jermod McCoy. Here comes the pick. It's Michael Turner! Hey! Bolt up our guy, Michael Turner. Making the selection for the Falcons. Here he goes. With the 48th pick, the Falcons select Avieon Terrell. I almost forgot about him, dude. That is... that is insane. AJ Terrell's brother. That is awesome. That is awesome, dude. Imagine that. Avieon and AJ Terrell on the same team. Huh. That is so freaking cool, dude. Talk about football stories here, man. I love that for them. That is so awesome. Yes, dude. So sick playing with your brother in the NFL. We made it, Mom. Dude, isn't that so sick? I could not be happy. Imagine, like, looking at the reactions here. Oh, my goodness, dude. That is a cool story. That is super sick. Yeah, that is awesome. That is so awesome. So the Vikings now on the board, or say on the clock, who they just traded. They just traded with the Carolina Panthers. They just traded with the Panthers ahead of the Jets. Man, the Jets could look like a complete idiot here. Depending on who the Panthers go with. The Panthers could easily go wide receiver here, which I know that the Jets have been looking for too. Chris Bell, Chris Brazzell, Skylar Bell, Lance Williams, Surratt, Branch, Burks. We'll see who the Panthers just traded up to get here in just a second. Their pick is in. The Panthers likely giving up, let's see here. Not much. It's going to be somewhere like a fifth rounder. Maybe a sixth rounder and change. We'll see who the Panthers select and why they wanted to jump the Jets in order to make it happen. The Terrells, dude, together. That is so sick. That is really cool. So the Panthers now on the clock. They just traded up for somebody. They need receiver. They need defensive tackle. Lee Hunter again. I'm going to keep pushing Lee Hunter. He's great. He'd be great for us too. They could use a tight end. Eli Stowers could be on the table for them too. Who did they select in the first round, the Panthers? They took Monroe Freeling. That's right. And a good value for them, too. Here come the Panthers. I'm very curious to see where they go here. With the 49th pick, the Panthers select Lee Hunter. Lee Hunter. Lee Hunter. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's a really good pick for them, too. That's a good value. I was like, I'm going to keep pushing him until somebody that is looking for a tackle gets him, and that's a good trade-up for them, too. Yeah, Lee Hunter's awesome. That is a good pick. That is a good pick. That's a really good pick. Which means that the Jets are now back on the clock. And honestly, they were jumped for a reason. Maybe they were looking for defensive tackle, and that plan blew up in their faces. I'm on the phone with the Jets right now, dude. Hey, you guys need more time to figure out what you're doing? You just got jumped by the Panthers. What do you want? You know, we'll get you. We need to get ahead of the Packers. There's only 2 more picks ahead of the Packers. Jets on the clock. Let's get that trade in, dude. Let's get that trade in. At this point, the Jets, who hold pick number 50, would be a difference of about 50 points. It's almost an even trade for the 4th rounder. So you can get in there right now, trade your 4th round pick and your 3rd round and your 2nd round pick and go get Pregnon. I would do that in a heartbeat. I would do that right this second. I want to get ahead of the Packers. Because the Packers just got rid of a few offensive linemen, right? Who do they got right now? They got Aaron Banks, Jordan Morgan, Sean Ryan, Anthony Belton, Zach Tom. Yeah, that's the team I'm kind of worried about right now. I want to trade. Yeah, I would be calling him right now. For a 4th rounder, I'm doing that all day. I'm doing that all day. Give him the 4th rounder. We get to keep our 3rd round pick. Of course, day 3 is going to be very boring with just 1 selection. But I would do that. And if that doesn't happen, then I'm talking to who holds that pick now? Is it the Vikings at 51? I'm talking about a pick swap. What would a pick swap look like from here? Of 40? It's difficult, too, because I have to go back and remember who's holding the pick. So that's Minnesota. And Minnesota, where do they hold? The pick is in by the Jets. Minnesota has 2 third-round picks. But they don't have a 4th, which complicates it a little bit. You could offer them our 3rd and then trade to one of their compensatory 3rds, but that's a bit too much. I don't know. I'm hoping they're working the phones and they're working their magic right now, man. I want to get ahead of the Packers. I'm sweating bullets right now, man. The Chargers are going to be up in like 5 picks. The Jets just made their pick. The Vikings are on the clock. This is the team I made all my trades with. Of course, back then they were at pick 48, I think. But this is the team that I made the trade with in several of my mock drafts. I think 2 of my mock drafts I traded with the Vikings. I swapped our 4th and 3rd with them to go get in that mock draft. I think I was going after edge in that draft, which thank God we already got an edge, dude. Guys, think about it this way. If the Chargers didn't go edge in the first round and they were kind of forced to right now, they'd be looking at Gabe Akis, Joshua Josephs, or Deni Dennis Sutton, which all good players, but just nowhere near the impact that you would be getting with Messador. So yeah, I let's see if it works out. Here come the Jets selection, dude. I'm literally starting to kind of panic here a little bit. I'm hoping. Come on, Chargers, get on the phone with the Vikings. They've been willing to move all day. So the Vikings are now on the clock. Here come the Jets selection. Happy birthday to Chris. All right. Who is that? Curtis Martin? Awesome. With the 50th pick in the draft, the Jets select D'Angelo Ponce. There goes the DB. He's awesome, dude. He's tiny, but that is a whole lot of personality in a 5'9", 5'8" body, dude. He is crazy. He is awesome. The announcers are like, my draft comp was Aaron Glenn and he went to the Jets. That is funny. Yeah, he's crazy. He is a whole lot of personality in that short stature, man. He is awesome. That is a really good football player. He uses his body as a flipping weapon, dude. He will. Yeah, he's cool. He's cool. So the Jets go DB. Here come the Vikings, who are now on the clock. I'm really hoping that we're trading here, dude. Come on, man. This is the moment. This is the time that I'm trading. If we don't trade here, you got to think that Pregnone is going to be a Green Bay Packer. By some miracle, he makes it past them. I can still see who has the pick now. The Colts. They already have Nelson. Do the Colts need a guard? Matt Consalvis? That's how you said it, right? Consalvis? No, he was drafted recently, so the Colts don't really need him. Who else is in front of us? The Eagles now, too, right? The Eagles. Oh, pardon. Pick is in for the Vikings. So the Packers will pick. before the Chargers. And the Vikings went with Caleb Banks last round. Let's see. The Eagles have Tyler Steen, who I'm not familiar with, and Landon Dickerson. So it could be the Eagles, too, that go Pregnone. My God, dude. And Pregnone's like the 4th best player on the board right now. Right now, it's McCoy, it's C.J. Allen, McNeel Warren. You got some wide receivers. Keith Abney's really good, too. Brandon, is it Cece from South Carolina? Maybe some edge. This is going to be tough, dude. Who do the Vikings go with? Who do the Vikings go with? The Vikings, we could see a center come off the board here. Who's still available? Defensive line. Halton and Orange, maybe. With the 51st pick, the Vikings select Jake Golday, dude. Another linebacker. What a linebacker round this has been. What's going on with C.J. Allen? Okay. Okay, Vikings go linebacker. Here come the Packers. This is where I'm really, really freaking worried, dude. This is where I'm freaking worried. Can Pregnone make it past the Packers? The Packers pick, I should say they are on the board. If the Chargers trade with the Packers, which I don't think is likely, it's a swing of about 30 points. Which would have been in the range of a 5th-round pick, but the Chargers don't have that right now. So you could realistically send a 4th. And then get something back from the Packers. You could send a 4th and get the Packers 5th rounder. That's pretty even right there, actually. Yeah. If they make a trade here, which I don't think so. But you could take your 4th, turn it into a 5th. So just move back 1 round. You can go get Pregnone right now. But if I'm the Packers, who the pick is in, I think they may go Pregnone here, dude. Please, 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 please. If they go BPA, McNeel Warren, C.J. Allen, and McCoy are all still on the board. But I feel like Pregnone would be just a great pick for them here, too, which I... The edge class is drying up, I will say that. Just a few players left that I feel like could be like in that range of like, okay, you got something for this year. Everybody else, I'm going to say starting around... height to the Texas Tech edge, so around 77, so into the 3rd round. Everybody else is kind of like, you know, maybe you got something. Kind of a wait and see. Theory in with the $2, how the new mod. Packers or Eagles, that's where I have Preg going. If the Packers somehow don't take Pregnone, you got to think about please trading with the Colts, dude. That's only a swing of 20 points. That is an easy trade to figure out. Come on, man. Yeah, dude, I'm freaking out right now, dude. Where are the Packers gonna go in round 2? I gotta look at the Packers depth chart one more time. Packers pick is in. Let's see, if I'm the Packers, they seem okay at wide receiver. They hadn't for a long time, but they still got Watson, Reed, and Matthew Golden, who they just drafted. Tucker Kraft, Luke Musgrave. They don't need tight end. They need offensive line. They need interior offensive line. Defense... You could convince me DB a little bit. Maybe defensive line a little bit too, but man, it really all does pull towards the offensive line. I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope they go BPA or edge or something else. I would be a little disappointed if Pregnon's off the board here, man, because that would have been not a hard trade to swing here. You could have given him a little bit of extra value to get right ahead of the Packers. You could have given him 10 points worth easily, and I think that would have gotten it done. We'll have to wait and see. Is there a miracle in the works for the Chargers? The pick is in for the Packers.
You think they take Pregnon?
Yeah, I think the Packers, the fans have all got to be pushing for it too. Unless you really like McNeel Warren, but I mean, they're secondary. They got McKinney. They got Evan Williams. I don't know. Let's see where they go with this. Here's John Kuhn, the fullback, longtime fullback for the Packers, making the selection. My stomach is churning right now, man. Is this the Pregnon spot? With the 52nd pick in the draft, the Packers select Brandon Cece. They went DB! Cece! Oh! We got to watch out for the Eagles. We got to watch out for the Eagles. Oh my God, dude. We're up in just a few picks. Come on! Trade with the Colts. Please. It's a swing of 20 points, Ortiz. You can do it. That's a late 5th round pick if we had it. Early 6th round pick if we had it. You can make it work. Give him the 4th. Let's see, Indianapolis. Where are they at here? Yeah, and they can kick us back a 5th. Come on! Trade the 4th. Nope, the pick is in by the Colts. The pick is in. Oh my God. It's Pat McAfee! Where are the Colts going, dude? Again, the Colts interior, they got Quentin Nelson, they got Matt Consalvis.
If not Pregnon, do you think Dunker is a good option in
and
the second round?
Please. SJL with the $10 holla. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If not Pregnon, who do you think Dunker's a good option in the second round? Yeah, I think Dunker and Pregnon are in play here. Shields family says Eagles take Warren, reunite Whit Mitchell from Toledo. That'd be crazy. Here come the Colts selection. CJ Allen finally off the board. CJ Allen is finally off the board. It's now the Eagles that stand between the Chargers and Emmanuel Pregnon. But I want to remind you guys that if Pregnon is the pick for the Eagles, I am still very okay with taking Jennings Dunker. I think we have options here, dudes. I'm praying for Pregnon, but if Pregnon goes to the Eagles, I am totally cool with Jennings Dunker, dude. It's got to be Jennings or Dunker. It's got to be Jennings or Dunker. Or Pregnon or Dunker, excuse me. I'm losing my mind right now. I'm literally like, dude, look at my hands. I'm like shaking. I'm freaking out. Pregnon, please, football gods, get him to the Chargers. If not, Jennings Dunker, I'm totally fine with that too. But before we get too close to the pick, man, we have to acknowledge it may be something else. The Chargers, and this is going to be crazy. I'm going to tell you this, guys, right now, because this could actually happen. The Chargers were one of the teams heavily linked to Jermod McCoy. He is still here in the second round. Okay? I need to remind you that. That is absolutely something you need to have in the front of your mind. But we're all thinking it. We're all praying for it. Please, Pregnon, fall to the Chargers in the second round. That would be absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Here come the Eagles selection. Oh my God, dude. Please. Again, if we're going offensive line, there's two options that I feel good with here, but I want Pregnon. Come on. Here come the Eagles selection. With the 54th pick, the Eagles select Eli Stowers, dude. It's Stowers! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Yes! Pregnon is still available to the Chargers! Please! Please! Please, football gods, please! We're on the clock! No! No! Are you guys serious? Don't mess with me right now. We did not just trade back with Pregnon still on the field, dude. Please. Oh, my God. No. 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 I haven't seen anything official here yet, dude. Don't tell me we just traded down. Are the Chargers on the clock right now? No! We traded with the freaking Pets! We're not going to have a pick until like 63! No! No! Pregnon was right there! No! 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 What did we get back? We got 131 and 202? We got an extra third, or excuse me, an extra fourth and a sixth. No! traded down with the Patriots all the way down to 63. And Emmanuel Pregnone was right there. Eric Bach with the 2. Okay. Who let Staley into the draft room? I don't know. Michael says Pregnone will be there. I promise. I don't. I hope so, dude. I hope with all of my heart that you are right. Hang on. I've got some freaking math to do here real quick, okay?
WTF bald-headed GM, I miss Coupon Tom.
And Dita with the $10 holla. Yeah. My computer says source trust. Okay. Okay, so we got 10.2 plus 41. We got 51 points back from the Patriots. The Patriots overpaid by 11 points, which is the equivalent of a 6th-round pick. I don't care. I wanted Pregnone, dude. Oh. In terms of value, the Chargers did get back. We did get back some good value considering. Wait. We got some more news here. It's not us. Trade. Vikings are sending former Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Greener to the Philadelphia Eagles in exchange for 3rd-round pick tonight and a 3rd round next year. So the Vikings are picking up another 3rd. Okay. Oh my God, dude. Here come the Patriots pick. I'm still trying to sort this mess out. I'm going to legit be sick, dude. We have to hope Pregnone makes it another 10 picks. Patriots just traded up to take Gabe Akis. Now who do we have to worry about? The Niners need a guard. The Bears need interior offensive line. Oh my God. We got picks. I'll say that. I'm trying to look at the bright side here, man. We got some picks. Chargers now looking at 2 picks in the 4th round and 2 picks in the 6th round. Holy crap, dude. Now they're just announcing the Eagles trade for Jonathan Greener. So where were the Eagles before? They got a third. That doesn't really affect us that much. Oh my God, dude. All right, we're back on it. Pregnon or Dunker hopefully slides down to 63. And Pregnon was right there. Oh my God. If Pregnon makes it to us at 63, I'm gonna flip out, dude. If he makes it to 63, you're a genius, Ortiz. If not, what the heck are you doing? With the 56th pick, the Jaguars select Nate Borcher just came up. What? Really? In the second round? No way. Oscar Delp falls to the fifth or the fourth now. The Texas A&M tight end just went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. That is a massive, massive reach. He was graded as like a 6th or 5th round pick. Here go the Bears. The pick is in for the Bears at 57. Chargers now have pick 63, everybody. 63. Delp in the fourth. Oh, dude, don't even get me started. I'm just trying to get through the second round pick, and then we can start celebrating our extra 2 picks in day 3. If we can get Delp in the fourth, I'd be just losing my mind. But now I'm going to be sick. We need an offensive lineman so bad. Pregnon was there. We traded down. He's still on the board. It was Gabe Akis and Nate Borcher coming off the board here at 55 and 56. Now we got to worry about the Bears, the Niners, who do need a guard. Let me take a look at the Niners depth chart. Dominic Puny, Robert Jones. They need interior. They also need tackle, kind of. Where's the other tackle? They need help on the O-line. The Texans already got their guard. The Bears have 2 picks before us. That is the frickin' team I should be looking at. The pick is in for the Bears. The Bears got Joe Thuney and Jonah Jackson. Okay. I forgot about Joe Thuney. And Jonah Jackson, I remember being okay, right? He's fine. They could use an upgrade there. Where does he play? He's a right guard. Pregnon can play both sides, though. Pregnon would be more of a Penning replacement. Bears are on the clock. I'm trying to stay on top of this now, man. There's a lot of movement all of a sudden. The Bears pick is in, dude. On the board still at a value is McCoy and McNeel Warren. Pregnon is the third value pick here now. In terms of positional value, you could make an argument for Keith Abney could be a good pick. Keontae Scott could be a good pick. One of the receivers could be a good pick. Chris Bell is still there. Brazel, Skylar Bell. If you wanted to go in on edge again before it completely dries up in the third round, Joshua Josephs is there. Dennis Sutton is still there. Romello Heights is still there. LT Overton's still there. A lot of people are much higher on Jay Sean Barham out of Michigan too, I've heard. But I don't know, dude. This is oh my God, dude. Trade details. The Chargers got back a 4th and 6th round pick from the Patriots to move down several spots. 8 spots. Let's get it on already. The pick is in for the Bears for the umpteenth time. The Niners are on the clock. Niners are one of the bigger teams I'm worried about taking Pregnon. It is good value return. It's about the Patriots overpaid by around a 6th round pick. The Patriots overpaid about a 6th round pick worth of points. So the Chargers now have 2 4th round picks and 2 6th round picks tomorrow. What I thought was going to be a very boring day is not so boring after all. I'm going to go back and get all these super chats here right now as soon as this pick is announced, guys. Oh, my goodness. NFL Spooky says, Jake Slaughter. Slaughter would be awesome in the 3rd round. Galaxy, thoughts on Akeem Messador drip? It's awesome. With the 57th pick, the Bears select Logan Jones. First center off the board is Logan Jones? That's crazy. That's awesome. Good for him. Everyone said he was too small. But they're going to do it. Yeah, Logan Jones is a beast, dude. That's insane that he's the first center off the board. 2nd round, Bears got their center. David with the 7 months. Maybe Pregnon has some kind of character or medical issue. Maybe there's something we don't know. Bolt up, direct, take a deep breath. Come on. The Browns just traded up. The Browns did just trade up. Hang on. The Browns are in big rebuild mode on that offensive line. They are a problem. Okay, so the Browns, they have been on the move, though. They got Spencer Fano. They got Zion Johnson, Elkin Jenkins. They did re-sign Tevin Jenkins. They could go for... They got Titus Howard. I don't know, dude. They really, rebuilt that line overnight. So who did the Browns just move up to pick? Maybe it's another center. It could definitely be another center. But they got Elton Jenkins. But some people say Jenkins is a better guard. I don't know. Defensive line edge. They could have just traded up for an edge. McNeel Warren could definitely be the... Here come the Browns. With the 58th pick, the Browns select Emmanuel McNeel Warren. What a value for them in the 2nd round. But when he said Emmanuel, I had drifted away. When he said Emmanuel, I was dead. I was floating away to the next life. Holy crap. So wait, the Browns, they got McNeel Warren and they got Concepcion and Ward, right? That's kind of a haul right there. That's crazy. That's 3 players that we saw in the first round in mock drafts very consistently. Crazy to double up on wide receiver, but good for them, dude. That's crazy. What do we get out of the trade? An extra 4th and an extra 6th. We got the Patriots' 4th and 6th round pick. And the Texans are back on the clock. The Texans already took Kalen Rutledge. And the Texans already have Wyatt Teller, who they already signed at the opposite guard. They could think about center here. What happened to Mixon and those guys? They could be going Mike Washington here. What about defensive line? Dominique Orange. Who was their other pick in the second round? They already took Kaden McDonald. I'm going to say center. Yeah, I'll say center. Maybe you can convince me of the running back. Hearing the announcer say Emmanuel scared me so bad. Me too, dude. Me too. Thank you, doctor. With the 59th pick, they took Maron Klene, the tight end out of Michigan. Wow. I knew that the tight end class was good, but these all seem like huge reaches. He seemed more like a 4th round pick. Wow. So Klene is going to be the pick for the Texans. The Bears are now back on the clock. We are 4 picks away. Oh my goodness, dude. SJ says, if we get Brandon Dunker at 63, I think it's a good trade down. The Chef Cooks in the 4th round. So 2 shots is at a sleeper. Yeah. We're all hoping that. I would have taken Pregnon right there, but again, that's why he makes the big bucks. We have another trade. Titans just traded up with the Bears. Titans are up. Titans are now up. Titans have all sorts of needs, dude. The Titans. The Titans' interior isn't terrible. But they just traded up for somebody. They do have guard and center listed as a need. The Titans already got Carnell Tate. And Keldrick Falk. Sleepy Joe about to trade back again for more 6-rounders. Please no. Atinda, don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. The pick is in for the Titans. This is such a crazy round, dude. McNeel Warren all the way down to 58. The tight ends flying up the board. Like 5th round tight ends in the 2nd round now. Where is Oscar Delp? Logan Jones, the first center off the board. Oh my goodness. Please put the clock back up. The clock is on there. It's just the pick is in for the Titans. It's just much easier to do it this way. Once we get to the Rams pick, if they still haven't selected, it'll show the clock for them too. But the Rams are now on the clock. And the Rams, I would have to imagine, are looking at wide receiver. If the Titans didn't already take him, I mean, Chris Bell, Skylar Bell, Antonio Williams would sneakily be a really good fit for them. Dan with the $5 holla. I wouldn't surprise me if we don't take him if he's there, but I trust the process. Bolt up, brother. Please take Pregnon. I couldn't believe he was there at 55. I believe even less that he's there at 63, but please, God. They just explained McCoy's fall right now because of the surgery and maybe even a second surgery upcoming. He's a hell of a player, but availability. With the 60th pick, Jeffrey Simmons is going to select for the Titans. Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker, Texas. Love him. But again, it just shows the crazy range of all these players, dude. It's like, take all the players between rounds, like the late first, all the way into like maybe the late third, and mix them up, and you could draft them anywhere. The tight ends are getting reached for, too, which is absolutely nuts. Outside of Jermod McCoy, Emmanuel Pregnon has been sitting as the best value on the board for a few picks now. But again, throw your boards out because things are just getting crazy. Now, if the Rams don't go offensive line, then Pregnon or Dunker is once again guaranteed to the Chargers. And the Rams' needs are listed at tackle, linebacker, and wide receiver. Linebackers have seen a little bit of a run. Here come the Rams. The pick is in, and then just before us is the Broncos. And then we're back on the clock. Here comes the pick for the Rams. Chase with a $10 holla.
Porter's mentioned in the presser about teams wanted to trade up, and thinking he can find a guard in the 4th round. I hope we get a OG here, but he'll probably go BPA. I wonder why Pregnon is falling.
Me too. With the 61st pick, the Rams select Max Clare off the board. Another tight end in the 2nd round. We knew this tight end class was insane, but holy crap. Max Clare off the board. Chase, so much, dude. Thank you for the $10 holla, my man. And I backed that up. I've been saying for a while that I wouldn't be shocked if the Chargers didn't take a guard until round 4. But with Pregnon still on the board, I am begging them to take him at 63. With the value, too, is insane. We just got to really hope that the Broncos don't take him here. But the Broncos have one of the best O-lines in football. I wouldn't think that they need him at all. Broncos just traded out. The Bills just moved up, and the Bills need guard. No! And they jumped the Chargers. Denver just screwed us if they take Pregnon. They could go center here too. No, but they have McGovern. Why is that listed as a need? Oh my God. Imagine trading down Pregnon, falling all the way to 62, and then getting sniped right before the Chargers. Please. This is the risk. Oh my God. Bills also need corner. They could go wide receiver for sure, but they need guard. They could go edge. Oh my gosh, dude. What's about? And Pregnon is like one of the highest value picks you can get right now. The pick right before the Chargers just got traded for. The Bills just moved up and their pick is in. Who did they snipe just ahead of the Chargers? Who did they just snipe ahead of the Chargers? And if Pregnon even makes it to the Chargers, do we take him at this point? Yes, I would. But does the team take him? We are in commercial break on pins and needles waiting to see who the Bills just traded up to snipe ahead of the Chargers. The Bills are on the clock, or I should say the Bills pick is in at 62. The Chargers are now on the clock in round 2. We have traded down. We are back at our pick. Who did the Bills trade up to snipe in front of the Chargers? Can we get to the pick, please? Can we get to the pick, please? I cannot believe it's taken this long to get to the picks. I can't look. I don't want to get spoiled. The Chargers are on the clock. We're waiting to see who the Bills just took. To see if Pregnon is still available. But if he's not, Jennings Dunker is also right there. So options at offensive line are absolutely available to the Chargers right now. Will it be Pregnon? Will it be Dunker? We're about to find out. Here come the Bills selection finally. With the 62nd pick, the Bills select David Igmanosum, the cornerback at Ohio State. Pregnone is still on the board at 63. Ortiz, you beautiful bastard. Take Pregnone! Do it! Do it! Take Pregnone at 63! Do it! Please! This is insane! I can't believe it's almost the third round and Pregnone is still there. Take Pregnone! Take Pregnone! I'm fine with Dunker too. Just go O-line. It dries up after this. Oh my God, please. Please take Pregnone or Dunker. Do it. You got your value. You traded down. Oh my God. Protect Justin Herbert, and he's got to be BPA outside of McCoy. He absolutely could be. The Chargers are on the clock. The clock is still ticking. Do not trade down again. I will flip out. The clock is still ticking. Doctor with the $2, I think I'm pregnant. Come on. Come on. The Chargers pick is in. I see them celebrating in the war room. Come on. Say it with me. Pregnone. Dunker. One of the two is there. Come on, Mike McDaniel's hyped up too. Is it offense? Is it offense? Come on. Even the announcers are all like, we need guard for the Chargers. Let's get a guard in here for the Chargers. The pick is in. We're waiting on the announcement. The Chargers got away with a trade down, picked up an extra fourth and an extra sixth. Pregnone still on the board. Jennings Dunker still on the board. Hell, I would take Farmer at this point. Get OG right now. This has got to be a... Here comes big man Sean Merriman, dude. Lights out. Come on. Come on. Chargers at pick 63. Ah, he did it. He did the lights out. Come on, baby. With the 63rd pick in the NFL draft, the Chargers select Jake Slaughter! We just took Jake Slaughter! We just took Jake Slaughter!
Let the hate flow through you, director. Rage against competence, patience, and value. You're arrogant. Coupon Tom-like. Anger blinds you. Chat. Now you will experience the full power of Chef Ortiz.
Do they think Jake Slaughter can kick inside and play some guard? They might, dude. But Jake Slaughter to the Bolts. Oh my. I'm so conflicted. I love Jake Slaughter, but Pregnone was right there. What do we think? We took Jake Slaughter. Center out of Florida. One of the top center prospects this year. Do they think do they think in any world that he can kick into guard for this season? I don't know, dude. We got our... Okay, so it's hard. This is so hard for me. Because Slaughter is the center of the future. He is awesome. But Pregnon was right there. Outlet, let the hate flow through you, director. Rage against competence, patience. Your arrogant coupon, Tom. Full power of Jeff Ortiz. Outlet better than Messador pick at 22. I stand by Messador. Slaughter is the best lineman in the draft. Check PFF. Oh, I believe you. I believe you. We needed a guard, but Slaughter is an awesome player. Someone I was hoping the Chargers to have a shot at in the third round, maybe. I don't mind taking him at the end of the third. But at the end of the day, I guess we got interior offensive line. I am so conflicted right now, dude. I love Jake Slaughter. I'm so excited that Jake Slaughter is going to be in powder blue. But with Emmanuel Pregnon on the board and a huge need at guard, is he going to be able to play some guard for us? I don't know. I like Jake Slaughter. Before we picked up a center, do you think we'll push him to guard? I don't know. Maybe. They announced Slaughter as a guard, you say? Seriously? Hang on. I'm going to go back and watch the broadcast.
I'm in an abusive relationship with the Chargers. I hate you, Anakin voice, but I love you.
It says center, but yeah, they did say guard on the announcers. Can Biotish play guard? I didn't even think about that. Not that I would want to do that necessarily. Biotish hasn't taken a snap at guard. I don't know, dude. What do you guys think? On one hand, Jake Slaughter is a Charger, and I'm very, very freaking happy about that. That is an awesome football player, the future of the center position, maybe even somebody to step in at guard this season. We're going to have to wait and hear more about that. On the other hand, Pregnon was there. We didn't take him. Maybe there is something going on behind the scenes that we don't know. That is the one thing that's holding me back from being super excited about the pick is that Pregnon. If Pregnon wasn't there and it was between Dunker and Slaughter, then yeah, of course. Like, yeah, okay, we figured it out. But Pregnon being there complicates things a little bit. I don't know. But Jake Slaughter, dude, one of the smartest football players you'll find this year. He's the kind, like when you're talking Corey Linsley level leadership on the offensive line, that's the guy you're talking about. Insanely athletic, powerful, like everything, every box you would want checked is checked for the Chargers at center in the future, which is very exciting. If we can follow it up with the Farmer later, then heck freaking yes, dude. Bud Clark just came off the board. What? To the Seattle Seahawks. And Dita says, I'm in an abusive relationship with the Chargers. I hate you, and I hate you, but I love you. But I hate you. That is absolutely the energy I'm getting from this pick, dude. Wow. Starting left guard, center of the future. It could absolutely be it. I'm convinced that Joe wants an all Blanco line. Ronaldo with the 2 says, Merriman announced him as a guard. Merriman did announce him as a guard.
First, thank you for hosting. I really look forward to getting to share this experience with Chargers community. High voltage sign emoji. Second, I think if the leadership passed on Pregnon twice, they have a good reason.
Wow. Jake Slaughter is a Los Angeles Charger. $20 holla coming in from Pablo. Thank you for hosting. I really look forward to getting to share this experience with Chargers community. Second, I think if the leadership passed on Pregnon twice, they have a good reason. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm starting to try and digest right now. I'm trying to digest that right now because Pregnon falling into the third round is absolutely crazy. Because we are at round 3, pick one right now, and Pregnon is still on the board. So is Jermod McCoy. Pablo, thank you so much, man. $20 holla. You are the man. Steven with the 5. Do the Chargers trade up for the early third-round pick? We have the ammunition to do so now. Much easier to trade up in the third than it was in the previous 2 rounds. Would you consider trading the 3rd pick for Brown? For which Brown? 6'5" O-line, massive boys. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, to kind of clear things up with you guys, okay? Jake Slaughter is a fantastic football player. Like, that is an absolutely awesome piece to add to your roster. He is going to be great. He is going to be a starting center in this team in the next few years. He could start competing for it now. You know what I mean? He was announced as a guard, so we don't know what the plan's going to be for him in the immediate future, but that is one heck of a guard to have on your football team for the foreseeable future. That is absolutely awesome. Second, we got help for Justin Herbert in some shape or form. That is also awesome. The one thing holding us back is the question marks of Pregnon. Maybe it comes out later and we understand a little bit better, but Jake Slaughter being on this football team is such a good thing that just happened. So we're going to sit back for a second and digest it because Jake Slaughter deserves our excitement. He deserves our support. He's going to be a great part of this line going forward. Got to figure out where he fits in the immediate future. Slaughter, smart, finesse center who thrives in zone systems. Yep. Quick off the ball, coordinated in space, effective in the second level, athleticism, helps offset below average size and length. He can struggle against NFL caliber power in one-on-one situations sometimes. I'm going to show you guys this real quick while we're waiting. Jake Slaughter, man, absolutely banger pass protector. And this is in Florida, mind you. Great run blocker, excellent in our system. He's great, dude. I think, and he's a fan favorite for a reason, dude. That's so crazy, too. What I did yesterday is I went back and I tried to find some of my takes on Akeem Messador. And I was like, yeah, I was pretty high on Messador, but I didn't think he would be there for us. So I was like, how much did I really talk about him? And then it turns out I did talk about him quite a bit. I was like, okay, with an asterisk next to him saying, I don't think he makes it to us. I talked a lot about Jake Slaughter. So we're going to have some good clips to go back on and get ourselves re-pumped about it. It's just the situation that made it a little unclear. Uncle Dad's with the $8 holla. I know it's part of the fun, but at the same time, it's wild to be sitting at home thinking we know more than a staff who depend their entire lives to do so. Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's crazy because a lot of the times, it's almost like common sense, like the consensus, like they have an actual beat on this thing. And a lot of the times, too, the consensus can be correct, but you're also correct in saying these guys, this is what they do for a living. Super Dave says, $5. Appreciate you, director. Chargers fan for life. Bolt up, baby. Steve with the 5. My cortisol levels dropped with Slaughter. Now I'm curious whether there's something there with Preg's interviews. There could have been. Dave with the $5. Chargers. Charge San Diego Superchargers. Let's go, dude. Let's go, man. Jake Slaughter to the Chargers. I wish the circumstances were different so we got a better, like, immediate reaction, but that is such an awesome piece to add to the team, dude. Jake Slaughter, the Charger. Here comes the first pick in the 3rd round, baby. With the 65th pick, the Cardinals select Carson Beck. There it is, the smoke. It was true, and the Cardinals finally take their quarterback in Carson Beck. They got him. They got Basantis too, right? And they got Love. That offense is seeing some movement there. Yeah, we got the Miami player and the Florida player. Wow, dude. Our next pick, all the way down at pick 86, by the way. Pick 86. Is the Chargers' next selection. So we got some ways to go. The Chargers could trade up. Again, it's much easier to trade up in the 3rd round than it is in the first 2 rounds. So if the Chargers, let's say they gave up their 4th round pick, they could move all the way up to around Miami's pick at 75. So in about 10 picks is where you could realistically start trading up and only losing one of your fourth-round picks. So that's something I would keep an eye on. But right now, dude, having the extra picks tomorrow is exciting. We got Jake Slaughter. We got Messador. It's a good start. It's definitely a really good start. And every pick that Emmanuel Pregnon isn't the selection, you start to wonder what's going on. Later, Jake, Biotish, Dunker, Alt, and Ingold. Yeah, I mean, we could very well not be done on offensive line today, too, dude. We could very well continue to build that offensive line today. Which would be a really good look, man. Wow. Dude, that stress took it out of me, man. Can you guys give me a second? I need to grab a drink or something. I am... Wow. Here we go. Here comes the backup. Here come the Broncos selection as we continue to break down the Jake Slaughter pick for the Chargers in the second round. With pick 66, the Denver Broncos select Tyler Onyedum, the defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. Wow. Good for him, dude. I've seen him in the 5th and 6th round very consistently, all the way up to round 3. He was one of my favorite players late, but, I mean, in the 3rd round, I guess I kind of get it. But still, wow. Crazy, 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 crazy. Jake Slaughter is projected to have the versatility to play both center and guard at the NFL level, though he primarily played center at Florida. While some scouting reports notes he may lack elite size for guard, his strong technique and experience make him a viable interior option. Scouts see him as a plug-and-play option who can fill in at either spot on the interior offensive line. That is really good to know, dude. That is really good to know. Jake Slaughter is in contention to be playing center or guard for the Chargers this season. Considering we have Biotish, would like to see some competition there at guard. But he is freakishly athletic, I would say. He can move. The Raiders selected 67. Keyron Crawford, the Auburn edge. A bit high, but it's a good edge group. Dude, Jake Slaughter's RAS score was 9.97. Jake Slaughter's RAS score was 9.97 right here. You guys see that? Yeah, I remember reading a lot about his athleticism, his ability to move. Okay. Eagles now on the clock, and their pick is in. Moving him to guard. It's very possible. I was shocked to hear, because at first I was like, maybe they did say guard. And when we went back and looked at it, I was like, yeah, they definitely said he was a guard in the announcement. I'm going to go post real quick on this, all right? You guys come with me? Welcome to the Chargers, the great Jake Slaughter, dude. Oh, dude. It is such a weird feeling. Such a weird feeling, because Jake Slaughter is like one of my favorite guys I was drafting in the third rounds. I don't mind taking him in, especially a trade down in the late second. The Pregnone thing really threw me off. I wish he had actually been taken now. So there wasn't this weird feeling about it, because Jake Slaughter is such an awesome, awesome player. Outlet has got a dip. Hoping for McCoy or Chandler Rivers in the third. Let's go, Outlet. Enjoy your movie, my man. Wow. Wow, where are you guys at on it? I'm actually going to put a poll out here really quick. Start a poll. Where are you guys at on the Jake Slaughter hype? And here come the Eagles pick here at 68. The Eagles select Markel Bell, tackle out of Miami. All right, dude. You guys see the chat's frozen? Oh, okay. It's probably because I was switching it all this time. Hang on. There we go. 63% of you said yes. 27% says not bad, and 10% say meh. They did not like it. Honestly, yeah, I think the Pregnone thing threw us off. We got to figure out what's going on with him, though, dude, because he's still on the board here well into the third round. What is going on? Ramsey with the third pick. I wouldn't hate it. Chargers love their safeties. I don't see anything wrong with getting some reinforcements there. We saw what happened last year with the other Clemson guy that we liked a lot. $20 holla from Grader. Sierra Coe says Slaughter was my guy for the draft. We have our center of the future. Bolt up, baby. Bolt up, baby. And having that center position go from the worst, the literal worst in football for the last 2 years to Biotish and a banger starter for the future is not a bad outcome for now. $20 holla, man. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you guys so much for the support. Let's go, Slaughter. Here comes pick 69 for the Bears. Markel Bell, the last pick by the Eagles. Huge dude. With the 69th pick, the Bears select Sam Roush was the pick, but they picked up the kid and he said Sam Rousas. That was cute. Sam Roush, great pick, dude. Crazy that there was a few tight ends that went above him. He's going to be awesome. He's going to be awesome, especially with the Bears. Him and Colston Loveland, they're going to be great together. Sam Rousas. Uncle Dad's with the $3 holla. Check Pop Slaughter's tweet. Sounds encouraging. Ooh. We'll go grab that in a second. $10 holla from Tanog.
Remember the position center was disastrous for us. Now there's
contingency plan in place too. Oh, yep. That center position was just absolute garbage for the Chargers for the last 2 years. Now we've got some hope. Let's go see what Pop had to say. Let's jump on over to the popper. The popper machine. The poppers. Let's see the poppers. Daniel Popper, new Chargers. Jake Slaughter said he would be absolutely comfortable with moving inside to guard. He said he got experience playing guard in practice early in his college career. I'm preparing to go to be a ball player, said Slaughter. Okay. Good. It feels like there's a plan for him this year. We needed to see that. Here comes the Niners selection here at 70. They would probably be very happy to get Pregnon here. But again, I don't know what's going on with Pregnon. I don't know why he's fallen all the way into the third round. Romello Heights. They got the edge. They got the edge. And we are on to the Washington pick at 71. Andita says, everyone playing chess. Georgie's playing Chinese checkers. We still need to your offensive line help. I don't want Trey Pipkin starting. I would say that there's still an opportunity to fill more, get some more help on the line. Those extra 2 picks are going to come into play for that tomorrow for sure. I think right now, since we've got the center/guard hybrid and Jake Slaughter, who I'm so excited to see in powder blue, dude. I can't even tell you. We could go pretty much any direction we want here in round 3 and 4 while still having some picks to play with on the offensive line a little bit later. Press center, extra tooth wheel. Okay. Sam Hall, thank you. Dave Simmons with a $10 holla. What's up, baby? What do you think of the Slaughter pick? I'll be honest with you guys. I would have been ecstatic to see him in the third round, but the fact that we traded down into the late second makes a whole lot of sense to me that he was a second-round pick for us. So that right there, automatically, I'm like pushing past. I'm like, no, we weren't 55. We were 63, dude. Calm down. Slaughter at 63 is absolutely fine. If he plays guard, even better, right? And the Chargers could absolutely not be done on the offensive line right now. Imagine we go center and a guard. I would be so happy with that. It could be Pregnon in this range. I'm very happy with Pregnon, with Jalen Farmer, Bo Stevens, and then obviously some of the tackle, Dunker and Tiernan. Yeah, sure. Why not? I would love doubling up on offensive line with this next pick. If we don't go offensive line in round 3, I would like corner, I think is not a bad idea. Defensive line. Dude, if we can get Big Citrus, I would be so happy in round 3, dude. One of my guys at wide receiver, and again, there's some wide receivers that I like a lot. I mean, Chris Bell's still there. Bryce Lance, Zachariah Branch, and then you got the big guys like Elijah Surratt, Fields, and Hurst. But I think that we already have that in Trey Harris. Give me that little speedster demon in Deion Burks or Brennan Thompson. I think they fill a role right away in the new offense. But I get if they don't do that and they just want a sacrificial X. I would understand that too. But I think you have that in Trey Harris, so it feels a little redundant, at least at this point in the draft, to try and fill wide receiver with somebody like that. Imagine Pregnone at 86, it would be insane. But yeah, if you guys are wondering, like some of my guys at wide receiver, like this is the guy right here, Deion Burks. And again, I say this every year. There's somebody that reminds me of him every year, but he reminds me a little bit of Tyreek Hill, because he's not just, little and fast, but he's also big for that size. I know 188 doesn't sound like a lot, but he's packed on a lot of weight in terms of, like, he can take a hit in the slot if he has to, running over the middle of the field. He's extremely fast at 4.3 flat, almost ran a 4.29. There was whispers that it was a 4.29. He's a good route runner, technically pretty sound, very explosive. Just watch him play, dude. That's one of my favorite players. If we do go wide receiver in the 3rd or 4th, which at this point, who knows? Who knows with this draft right now, man? Everybody's going everywhere. But in my mind, we got one of the best. I would say, because the only guy that go ahead of him in center was Logan Jones, right? Which I like Logan Jones a lot, but I don't think he was my number 1 center. Jake Slaughter was up there with Sam Hecht and Connor Liu. Yeah. And I would have said, Jake Slaughter was probably above both of them. But that is really freaking cool, dude. To think that the center position went from worst to pretty freaking good. Not too bad. But yeah, there's a lot that could happen in round 3. Got to wait and see who's falling down the board for us. Jermod McCoy is still there, which is insane. At what point do you say, hey, you got a guy that's going to sit for a while? Hopefully it works out for us. But he's a top, 15 talent. Still on the board at 71. Here come the Commanders' pick. Just tweeted that his trainer just said, we took the best center in the draft. Hey, dude, and it's a good center class too, man. Boltman, thank you so much, man. And it's a good center class too, yeah. Thank you so much for the $5 hollow, man. Gandalf with the 2 says, Pregnone, Dunker, McCoy will fall to us in the 3rd. That'd be awesome. I'd be happy with any. I would love doubling up on the offensive line. I would love that. Steve Simmons says he loves the pick. Nice, nice, nice.
Pick up the phone.
And we got some extra picks to work with here now, man, too. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Slater, Slaughter. We need to get we need to go get Jamari Sawyer back. And we need to get Slayer, Keenan Allen back. Get all those guys on the field at the same time. Randall Razzie with a 5. What DB or wide receiver could change or challenge for kick return and punt return? We need somebody to challenge Davis for that role, in my opinion. That's a really good point, too. I don't know as far as the special team snaps for some of these guys. We'll have to go take a look at that. That's a really good. That's why I think Concepcion was on the table. SJ with the 5 says, I'm starting to think something's wrong with Pregnone considering how much he has slid. Yeah, I think that's starting to really come to the surface here a little bit. With the 71st pick, the Commanders select Antonio Williams. Holy crap. That took a while to get out there. The Clemson wide receiver. Good pick. I'm not quite sure what I just saw, but Antonio Williams is going to be the pick. Flavor of ghost you drinking? This is Strabango. Good stuff. It's the backup for the third round. We're going to need it tomorrow, too. George with the $2 holla. Redacted, but much love to you anyway, my man. Abraham with the 2 says, whatever happened to Junior Colson? He got hurt again last year. Hopefully he can bounce back. Finally, dude announced the pick. I know, dude. Even the Commanders fans were like, okay. Come on. Somebody do something. And with that, Antonio Williams, the Bengals now on the clock at 72. Chef Cortez cooking flexible tackle guard next pick. Yep. I love Jake Slaughter, dude. Such a weird situation in obtaining Jake Slaughter, but we got Jake Slaughter nonetheless. Chat stopped. Once again. Thank you. Sicario Davis just came off the board. What?
Have fun drinking your liquid crack. Playful face emoji.
Wow. Again, it's the NFL draft, dude. I saw him a lot in the 6th round, but I liked him for a reason. He's really big and really fast. Terry Spencer, $10 holla. Slaughter is the new generation of Frank Ragnow. Have fun drinking your liquid crack. I love how my voice just decided to die when I said crack. Your liquid crack. Oh, dude, $10 holla. Big love, man. We're getting to that. We're getting to that point where the voice is just going to be gone. Terry Spencer, thank you so much. $10 holla. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, man. Crack. If Pregnone or Dunker is there to the Chargers pick one of these guys, I would have taken Pregnone so far back. It's not even funny, but who knows why he's still on the board. Dunker, I'm absolutely so happy with, too. Nivy asks, why is Emmanuel Pregnone dropping so far, and how are we feeling about our pick so far? And is that center a guard? From what we're hearing, because I looked this up, the one center that looked like he could play some guard immediately was the Auburn center, Connor Liu. I looked up Slaughter before. I didn't find much, but it sounds like that's the plan, is some guard. Oscar Delp just went to the Saints in the 3rd round. No! I knew it, though. I knew he was going to get taken earlier than where he was being drafted. I love Oscar Delp, man. He's going to be so awesome for them. You better shuck him the ball. Yeah. But to finish answering your question, we don't know why Pregnone is dropping, but I do think that the Slaughter guard experiment is going to be something you see. We'll have to see if it works out this year. If not, I mean, at the very, very worst, you have such a good center for the future of this team and a great backup plan in case something were to happen to Biotish this year. It's a fantastic pick to have in your back pocket late in the 2nd round. Yeah, Delp off the board, one of my favorites. 3rd round. 3rd round for Oscar Delp. I took him in the 3rd round of our collaboration mock draft. Everybody said, it's too high, Director. I was like, guys, we would be lucky if he fell to us in the 4th. I would like Oscar Delp in the 3rd, please, and thank you. Browns on the clock, but they're saying it's the Giants. Maybe there was another trade, or maybe this is wrong over here. Lawrence of the 5 says, we need to remember we got Slaughter and 2 picks. This is killer. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it, too. Slaughter and 2 more picks is pretty nice. Center is covered and guard is building. Yes, yes, yes. You guys thinking about a trade up? At this point, no. I think that unless, one of your guys is starting to slip, I'm fine if we go offensive line again. I'm fine if we go corner. I'm fine if we go defensive line. I kind of don't want to go wide receiver unless it's a speedster. Here come the Giants. Malachi Fields. Malachi Fields is one of my favorite players, dude. I didn't get a chance to talk much about him, but I have some notes I wrote down about him here. That I was like, if we go for a 3rd-round guy, he's probably the one I'm looking at as a perimeter that fits what the Chargers want. What did I say here? Malachi Fields, man is a bully, physical nightmare to deal with, 6'4", 220, ridiculous contested catch ability, run blocking is elite. He's not the best speed, but a day 3 Denzel Boston. That's what I had on Malachi Fields. I liked him. Where did he end up going? The Giants? Yeah, that's a really good compliment to Malik Neighbors, too. You can't hate it in New York. It's a good pick. Slater duo dominate left side. Yup, that's what I was saying. I was like, we have Slaughter, and now we have Slater and Slaughter. We need to go back and get Jamari Sawyer and re-sign Slayer, a.k.a. Keenan Allen, and anyone else that we can maybe try and fit in there. Yeah, McCoy is still out there. How do you guys feel about that? Let's say McCoy has to sit half the season, if not more. Do you take the chance on him in the 3rd round? I'm starting to really think about it, dude. Like, let's say the worst-case scenario is that he needs another surgery and he's out for this season. Do you take a future starting star center or cornerback in the 3rd round? Or I have a hard time believing you don't. Especially considering we were very connected to him earlier, but I don't know. Maybe it's maybe he slides even further than we think. You would take McCoy in the 3rd? I wouldn't, like, if they said McCoy in the 2nd round, I would have been like, yeah, I get it, dude. Like that. Even in the 1st round, I was like, we were very connected to him just a few days ago. But him and Pregnone falling so far is definitely concerning. Is there something happening with Pregnone? I'm gonna go take a look on Twitter. Why is Pregnone falling? And I hate that when I hit center, it always goes back to the main shot. Hide. Why is Pregnone falling? Yeah, I don't know. People are bewildered. We're not really sure what's going on. Defensive tackle would be cool. I'd be cool with DT. We've really been over 2,000 people this whole time. Y'all are freaking crazy people. I don't know, dude. I'm looking around. I don't know what the heck's going on with Pregnone. McCoy falling this far is crazy. He ran a 4.340. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Well, we know what's going on with McCoy. I don't know how far it's going to go. But we'll see. What are we waiting for? Pick is in for the Dolphins.
Hey, Director, you're
$20.
gonna have Smiley face emoji, not wasting the draft, but thank you for all your Chargers coverage. See you in the season. Bolt up. High voltage sign
Alfred!
emoji, Mexico emoji.
Dude! I've always wanted somebody named Alfred in my life just to feel a little bit like Bruce Banner. Or not Banner. Bruce Wayne. It's been a long 2 days. But I really appreciate that, man. Having a heart attack is absolutely correct. That second round really had my blood going, dude. Because in the first round, Messador was still there. That kind of felt like the pick, you know what I mean? But there were still a little bit of question marks, so we can go any different way, and we ended up going BPA, and I felt pretty good about it. The second round, just the Pregnone thing. Now that we're into the third round, we kind of know there's something going on. I'm like, okay, well, obviously, Slaughter is looking like a better pick every single time he falls another pick down. But we're trying to breathe a little bit. $20 hollow, man. Thank you so much. Not watching the draft. Thank you for all you do with the Charger coverage. See you in the season. Bolt up. Thank you so much, Alfred. That is awesome. Awesome of you, man. Thank you so much for chiming in. Dropping a 20 and some love, man. I really appreciate that. Caleb Douglas is the wide receiver the Dolphins just selected. This is a 6th round pick, 5th round pick. I don't know. Again, I know nothing. It could be anything at this point, whatever. Caleb Douglas to the Miami Dolphins. Mullet Dunker calling it. That's please. I would be so happy with Dunker, dude. Because wait, the 4th round is today, right? That's tomorrow. Rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 are tomorrow. Tomorrow is a long haul day, dude. Today is 2 rounds. Tomorrow is 4 rounds. I know, dude. We got to wait one more day. But it's awesome to think now, yeah, we got our picks. We got 4 picks tomorrow. It'll be a full day. It was starting to feel like it was going to be a slower draft this year for us as far as the stream is concerned, but no, it's going to be jam-packed. So the pick is in for the Steelers now. At pick 76, so the Buccaneers now on the clock. With the 20 mics in your face, which one is in use? My guess is the gold one. Yes, only one of these microphones is real. The rest are an illusion. If I put my hand in front of it, you can see which one's real, huh? If I put it behind it, you have no idea. If I put it in front of it, you see which one is the real mic. It'd be funny if I had a microphone literally this big. I like it. Thank you so much, Randall. Tab with the 5. Bolt up. Scott in the 3rd. Keeping drafting from Florida. Give me all the Floridas. That's 100% why Mike McDaniel was happy. He knew. I'm sure he's very familiar with Jake Slaughter. With the 76th pick, the Steelers select Drew Allar, quarterback, Penn State. So they got their presumed backup quarterback. I don't know what is Aaron Rodgers thinking right now. You imagine if he's in some coffee shop right now and he's got his agent on the phone. He's like, man, these guys are really just effed up. I told him not to do it. Jordan Love drove me away from Green Bay, and now Pittsburgh's gonna have a quarterback problem this year. That one's on them. I warned them. Kenny Pickett 2.0. Pregnone is old for a rookie pick. That's my guess. He's a better value falling out. I mean, maybe, but that did not stop the Chargers with Messador. It's crazy going back in this draft in today's stream and seeing me freak out about trading up to go get Pregnon, and then here he is at pick 77, still on the board. Chargers are going to be up in 10 picks, and we may get a third shot at him. Who knows? That would be absolutely wild. But at this point, I think if the Chargers really wanted him, they would have taken him. You know what I mean? So I'm starting to lower my expectation that if he's even there at 77, that we take him at all. Because there might be something going on. Guilty as charged guys don't like Slaughter. It's okay not to like the pick. I love the player. The situation made it weird. You know what I mean? And I don't blame anybody, any of my counterpart Chargers content creators for feeling weird about the pick, because I'm the most optimistic person that you will probably ever meet. And even I was like, you know what I mean? But I love Jake Slaughter. That was the biggest problem I had.
Don't forget Ted Hurst from my employer, Georgia
was the
State.
Pregnon thing and the guard thing. But if let's say we got Jake Slaughter, if we traded up and we got him in the top of the third, I would be flipping out, be like, that's a great pick. We want a center. Center's going from worst to first. We're going to be so good. Now let's figure out guard. You know what I mean? See, I don't know. Especially if, let's say, we do get a guard later and the guard position isn't a huge concern anymore and we have Jake Slaughter, I think a lot of people will feel a lot better about it. So, yeah, I wouldn't give people too much flack for not being super hot on the pick right away. I love Jake Slaughter. He was my personal favorite center in the draft. And there's some really good centers, too. I would have been happy with pretty much all of them, but I really love Jake Slaughter. He's been a fan favorite. And you guys are going to see all of this when I go back and splice some stuff together. Show you some of the early impressions of the guy. But he's awesome. He's awesome. Some will say that, he was a third rounder. Yeah, technically, but we were also at the bottom of the second all of a sudden. So with the 77th pick, the Packers traded up, and they're going to select Chris McClellan, defensive tackle out of Missouri. Dude, Missouri had some dogs. Chris McClellan, though, and again, this is the range of this draft. That was a fourth rounder. Going to the Packers at pick 77. The Colts are now on the board, or on the clock, at 78. Interesting. Chris McClellan. Dominic Orange is still there, too. Rashawn Benny would be a good pick. Darrell Jackson, Grayson Halton. Caleb Proctor sneakily could be really good, too. I liked Caleb Proctor. Caleb Proctor, Kaden McDonald. It was also a weird year for me in names. I suck at names, and they didn't make it easy on me with all the defensive linemen and offensive linemen with Proctor and Caleb and all the things. And Caden and, yeah. Funny. Interesting. 85 Roberts with the $5 holla. First timer. Love your positivity. Bolt up. Hey, bolt up, baby. Bolt up. It's a personality quirk that got the Bolt fam around my channel. My mama instilled an overly optimistic energy in me, and now I carry it into sports where the people need it most. Steve Simmons with the $10 holla. Don't forget Ted Hurst from my employer, Georgia State. Oh, dude, seriously. That is crazy. That is awesome. Yes, Ted Hurst. Yes. Ted Hurst is one of those guys that, wide receiver in terms of an X. Some of these guys don't really move the needle for me too much, but Hurst's ceiling, I think, is way higher than some of these other guys. His floor is definitely not as high, but his ceiling could be crazy if he could meet some of that potential. Yeah, I like Ted Hurst a lot. I'd be all aboard that pick, too. I'd be totally fine with that one. Pregnon tried to steal Herbert's chick at Oregon. That'll do it. That'll do it, SS Wood. $2 holla. That would do it. That would get the job done. Dino with the $2 holla. Aaron Rodgers is a backup quarterback for the Bolts. Yeah. Just so I can get the Madden cam on him later when he's a legend in Ultimate Team. That's what I would like that for. Other than that, I don't know if I want his crazy in the locker room. Bolt Beak with the PNW says $5 holla. I wouldn't be as surprised if they didn't draft guard, claiming that McDaniel's system can cover it up. Yeah, and that's something that I didn't say that they wouldn't draft it at all. I said that they wouldn't draft one until the fourth round. But I would understand if they did that. I wouldn't understand. I'd be kind of upset. But, yeah, I don't know. I still feel this urgency to go get guard, and there's guys on the board that I still like. You know what I mean? If the plan really is Slaughter to guard, I can totally get behind that too, but I need to see some evidence of that. And until then, I'm going to be a little bit worried. The only evidence that we kind of have right now is that he was announced as a guard, and Daniel Popper put out an interview where Slaughter said that he would be fine moving to guard. So we may be looking at Jake Slaughter, the guard, but inside I'm still a little anxious as to what's going to happen if we don't get another one, because I would be very happy, let's say here in the third round, if we got Farmer. Like, I would love that combination of Farmer, Slaughter, and you're going to have some premium backups, worst case scenario. You got guys competing against, Strange and Penning. Like, I would love to take another interior offensive lineman even here in round 3. Yeah. Yeah. Farmer, Big Citrus. Yeah, Big Citrus would be so fun too, dude. I think Big Citrus is such a steal here. I would love him in the third round. One of the best run defended offensive tackles in the draft. Has this Vita Vea energy to him. I like him. So we're still waiting on the Indy pick. The wide receiver taken by Miami, followed by the quarterback, Drew Allar. And Chris McClellan to the Packers, who did have that trade. Here comes the Colts pick at pick 78. Pat McAfee back. Pat McAfee just did a magic trick on TV. You put your negativity in the hanky and you put it in your hand and poof. It's usually the thumb thing, right? That's how they do it. AJ Halsey to the Colts. There you go. Hugo, what did he say? I must have missed it. What did he say? What did Pat say? Why did he single us out? Why did he pick on the Chargers? Why did he pick on the Chargers? I don't understand. What did we do? He says, I like them better than the bum A Chargers fans over here. I was like, wait, what? Zachariah Branch just went to the Falcons. Great pick by them. Dude, I love Zachariah Branch. He's going to be a fun one for them. What the heck, Pat McAfee? What did we do? Are we causing him some trouble in the crowd? Bum A Chargers fans. I think it's because it's citing the comment. I think it's because when Pat said the Colts are going to win the Super Bowl, and I think the Chargers fans in the front went boo, and then he threw it back. That's what I'm thinking happened. That's funny. It's hard to hate Pat McAfee. The Ravens now on the clock. The Chargers picks coming up here pretty quick, man. We're only 6 picks away now. As we pass the 3-hour mark on this stream, we're about to hit our second pick in 6 picks. Oh, side. We don't like it either, Pat. Take that. Chargers players can cancel any appearances on his show. Yep. That was not on my bingo card. No way the Ravens go guard here. We're good. Yeah, no, I think there's a few ways that the whole draft can be sliced up going on from here on out. I'm just going to assume McCoy and Pregnon probably don't go for a while still if they haven't gone already. Some of my favorite players still on the board. I love Abney and Scott as far as the cornerbacks. Love Keontae Scott. I think he could be an awesome slot for the Chargers. Brazel's one of my favorite wide receivers, too, for the Chargers. He brings that element of speed that the offense would love to have. Tiernan and Dunker, obviously. I'm kind of on this Dominic Orange thing, too, man. I love Dominic Orange. I'd be very happy with him. Deion Burke's obviously one of my guys. Oh, no! The Ravens just took Jacoby Lane. That was the contingency plan for me in the 4th round. But we knew it. We all knew it. We all knew it deep inside that Lane wasn't going to slide to the 4th. We all knew it. That is one of the best X receivers in the draft. He's got some crazy highlights, dude. Go watch him. He's awesome. Yeah, you're going to see some fun plays with him and Lamar Jackson for sure. Jacoby Lane. Good player, good player. A lot of us projected him to the Chargers. But again, I'm not huge on wide receiver to the Chargers this year. Next year is probably the year you want to go in on one, if depending on what goes on with Quentin Johnston, and that class is ridiculous, and you know what I mean? But if you were to still go on this year, I still really do like Brendan Thompson, Ted Hurst, Deion Burks. I would understand Surratt, Brazel, Lance. There's one guy, too, that I don't think anybody really talked about that I thought was insane in terms of potential. Do you guys know who Jeff Caldwell is? That was one of my guys I had written down. It was a video that I had scheduled that I just didn't have time to film. But Jeff Caldwell, dude, looks like an absolute freak of nature at wide receiver. His technique really blows. He needs to refine pretty much everything. Let's see. What was his drop rate of 8.6? Contested catch was only 38.5 for his size. But that's the negative. The positive, this guy, dude, 6'5", 215 pounds. Let's see if they actually have him on this site here. I did not write his testing. He ran a 4.31, a 42-inch vert, an 11.2 foot broad. Hand size is in the 82 percentile. He's 216. He looks like a freaking Megatron clone, dude. He looks insane. But he needs a lot of coaching up. He needs a lot of development. But that's a late round guy that kind of had my eye. Chase Roberts was a fun one to watch at BYU, but he's not very fast either. And there's some guys. But again, I like our wide receiver room better than a lot of these guys later in the draft. I would rather wait until next year for that one. Albert Regis just selected by the Jacksonville Jaguars at pick 81. It's another Texas A&M defensive tackle. I think I do remember reading about this guy, saying that he was flying under the radar. Texas A&M had a really good line. We need a size wide receiver with hands. You just described Surratt, I think. If you want a wide receiver with that particular role, Elijah Surratt and Ted Hurst. But Ted Hurst has some dropping. Elijah Surratt, he can be good too. I mean, all of these guys have a bit of dropping issues. What was Ted Hurst's? His was way bad. Maybe Bryce Lance if you want to experiment there. But I think Surratt is probably the direction you go in if you want somebody like that. If you want somebody that's more of like a deep threat that has that kind of potential, you can still get a big guy in Chris Brazzell. Chris Bell is also pretty good, but I don't know how much you're going to want to run him at X. I don't know. Or yes on X, but how much you're going to want to run him in that situation. It's tough to say. Again, this draft class of wide receivers is actually really not too bad. It's just when you put him up against our receiver room now, I'm like, I don't know who moves the needle for me. Like maybe you get one of the guys that has what you can't teach, and that's speed. And you're talking about Burks and Thompson and some of these other guys a little bit later. But I don't know. Yeah, I was like, okay, I think Xavier Thomas ran a 4.2. He did. It was a 4.28. There's Caldwell, Bryce Lance, 4.34. So, I mean, getting somebody with some speed is probably a good idea. Chris Brazzell, even though he's 6'5", ran a 4.37, which is ridiculous. It's a fast class. I'm not going to lie. I totally forgot Jacoby Lane ran a sub 4.5 too. It's a fast class of wide receiver, so I guess I definitely can't put it past him. I probably would go with a different position right now, though. So the Vikings pick is in at 82. Chargers coming up at 86. Pregnon is still on the board. I don't know how much I'm pounding the table for him anymore, though, now that we understand that there's some issue. I don't know what it is, but he's still on the board, and now we're kind of wondering what the deal is. Jennings Dunker, though, is still on the board as well. I like him. Tiernan is still on the board. We like him, too. We're getting close. Minnesota Vikings. Pick is in. On the clock. Carolina Panthers. Where do the Chargers go? Farmer. Yeah, I'd like Farmer, too. Totally forgot. Yeah, Farmer would be a good pick. Farmer actually is looking pretty good right now, too. I would love to double up on on offensive line in rounds 2 and 3. That would make me very, very happy. Yeah. Hope your Pats go Delp. No, Oscar Delp already got selected by the Saints. He got selected in the early third, right? Yeah, at 73. He's been gone a minute. He's one of my favorites, too. Shut up, Lenny. Stupid. Here come the Vikings pick. Here is the Vikings selection at 82.
Pick up the phone.
You guys got to stop. No, they took Big Citrus. They took Dominic Orange, dude. I was low-key hoping he would make it to us. I love Dominic Orange, dude. And they already got Caleb Banks. That line's going to look stupid. If Banks can get on the field. Maybe that's a contingency plan. Like, uh-oh. Sorry, Vikings fans. You were right. He can't play till next year. But this Dominic Orange guy. This guy.
Pick up the phone.
Yeah, that's orange. Orange is gone. Caleb Banks and the big citrus. Yeah, that is really scary, actually. That covers a lot of ground on that defensive line. Like, they're gonna be just fine on that line for a while. So with the Panthers now on the clock, right afterwards, it's gonna be the Buccaneers, I think, with that trade, right? Yeah, the Buccaneers, then the Steelers, then the Chargers again at 86. And the pick is in for the Panthers, so yes, the Buccaneers now on the clock. Just a few picks away from the Chargers. Pregnon is still there. We're going to have to go through. As soon as this pick is actually, let's go right now. We'll come back to it in just a second. Let's see some of the guys still available here to the Chargers. All the way down at pick 86. McCoy. You got to think about it, right? Just think about it. Pregnon would be insane. I wouldn't even know what to think. I'm like, I don't know why he fell this far, but there you go. Scott and Abney, if you're going corner. Dunker again, and Tiernan. I like the tackle / guard idea of those guys. There's some wide receivers. Here comes the pick. Chris Brazzell off the board to the Carolina Panthers. Man, dude, that's not bad. Brazzell and McMillan. Those are some big boys. You know what I mean? That's, yeah, dude. If you're young, you got to be pretty excited to finally get some weapons out there in Carolina. Yeah, I like Brazzell a lot. He was one of my favorite receivers actually in the second round. I think I saw a lot of people taking him. Here in the third's pretty nasty. So with that, the Buccaneers now on the clock, and very soon it will be the Steelers, then the Chargers. Then the Chargers. You guys want to trade back again? I mean, you could. There's some players here I like a lot that I'd be happy with. At some point, you got to stick and pick. Brazzell and McMillan sounds like a law firm. Have you been injured in a car wreck? Call Brazzell and McMillan. We'll get you the compensation you deserve. What's our biggest need outside of O-line? I still want to go interior offensive line. But the Chargers could definitely use a defensive lineman. That's why I was kind of hoping for Big Citrus to land to us. Grayson Halton, I haven't really looked into as much. He's another run defending defensive tackle. He could be good. He's a little smaller than you like, but he played very big. Rashawn Benny is one that we talked about a lot in that collaboration mock draft with the NFL Mike and those guys. He could be pretty good. I'd be happy with him in the interior there. Although, I'm going to say this right now too, guys. You're going to be shocked at how much play that Messador gets from the inside, too. He's going to kick inside a lot. He graded as, like, the best interior pass rusher in this draft. So maybe getting somebody in terms of run defending from the interior is not a bad idea. So Halton out of Oklahoma is not a bad idea. Darrell Jackson's another one to look at. He's a bit bigger. He kind of fits the size profile that you're looking for a little bit more. If you want somebody to add a little bit more pass rush to that line, Caleb Proctor is a pretty solid pick, I would say, actually, in this range, too. I wouldn't be too upset about it. Although, you know, I've seen him in the fourth a lot, too. The defensive line's kind of where I'm leaning. This is also the range you've seen the Chargers. And, again, the Chargers take defensive line in the third a lot, if you think of Caldwell and those guys. I wouldn't be upset at DB here, either. I think corner and safety are definitely in contention here. There's Kamari Ramsey and Genesis Smith in this range that have been talked about a lot. But to be frank with you guys, Keontae Scott's kind of the one that's popping out at me. I really like Scott and Keith Abney, if I'm being honest. You want somebody that can contribute in run defense. And Keontae Scott's probably one of the best, especially in terms of slot corner. He may end up being one of the best slot corners in this class. But Keith Abney does that on the outside, too. And Abney both of these guys, they're good. I think it's kind of like just choose your flavor here. If you want like the best or one of the best slot corners, go Keontae Scott. If you want a really, really solid perimeter corner, go Keith Abney. But I like both of them, dude. I would not be upset with either one of them. I want somebody that's mean versus the run. And somebody mentioned Chandler Rivers, too. He's a little undersized, but he plays mean, too. I wouldn't be too upset about that. They did meet with Dalen Everett and Devin Moore. Both of those guys are like those tall perimeter guys that the Chargers have been adding to the team a lot in the past few years. And it's not a bad idea to double up on defense, considering that we have a new defensive coordinator that's a first-time, NFL coordinator. I wouldn't be too upset about it. So, yeah, I would say corner, defensive tackle are the two that I'm kind of looking at. And, of course, interior offensive line. If we can get one of those three positions, I think I'd be pretty happy. I would understand wide receiver because they've just been gunning at it all off-season. But, yeah, there you have it. So, the Buccaneers on the clock. And the last thing I'll say, too, dude, because you have to think about it here. Jermod McCoy. You have to think about Jermod McCoy in the third. You have to think about it. If he doesn't play this year, it's scary because you're in win now mode, but he's so good. It's hard to think that it would turn out bad. So I don't know. Hugo. Here come the Buccaneers. I like this guy's voice. Gene Deckeroff. You guys say we just traded? Did we just trade? Did we trade? Yeah, we just traded 86 to Cleveland. Did we trade out? Where was Cleveland's pick? I think we just traded out of the third round, dudes. I think we just traded. We just traded. Hang on. Come with me to Twitter. I think we just traded out of the third round, y'all. Hang on. We did trade down. Okay, hang on. Yep, it's confirmed. The Chargers have traded number 86 to Cleveland. Number 86 is now in possession of the Cleveland Browns, who did not have another third-round pick here, right? So I think we just traded out of the third round completely just now. Hang on, I need to see what the compensation looks like. Oh, my God! No wonder they traded. The Browns have like a bajillion fifth-round picks. I was sitting here like, how many picks these guys have to work with? Look at this. Starting at pick 145 in the fifth round. Browns. I'm going to think that maybe we got a couple of those picks. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'm going to go do some math here. That's insane. That's a lot of picks, Browns. That's a lot of picks. Ooh, the Buccaneers selected Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst to the Buccaneers. That's funny because a lot of people said, hey, there's a bit of Mike Evans in that Ted Hurst. Maybe, with some coaching or whatever. That's funny. Here are the Steelers who are now on the clock. And then the Browns, who I need to go do some math here real quick. What did the Browns have to give up to get us out of the third round? So Cleveland's next pick was at 240. The Chargers, or I should say at 70. Where am I? Okay. Cleveland's next pick was at 107. I think. Here comes the Steelers pick. Oh. Dalen Everett to the Steelers. Dalen Everett to the Steelers. Nice pick, nice pick, nice pick, nice pick, nice pick. Okay, so we got some confirmation here from the chat. Let's go ahead and get to Daniel Popper and see what he has us. Chargers get back 105, 145, and 206. Tomorrow's going to be a busy effing day, dude. Holy crap. Oh, my God. That's a lot of picks for the Chargers. Tomorrow's going to be so crazy, dude. And I got to be up so early. No! No! By the way, this Jeff Callaway guy, before I remove him off my screen, this is one of my sleepers at wide receiver. He looks like a budget Megatron. You guys want to guess his RAS score? Bum, ba, da, bum. 9.99. Oh, my God. All right. We'll keep him in mind tomorrow. Yeah, he's crazy. 9.99. All right. I got to do some math here real quick. So the Chargers got back. Okay, what did we trade away? We traded away pick 86. All right, so 86 is worth 160 points. Here comes the Browns pick. This is who they traded up with the Chargers to get. The Browns select Austin Barber, the tackle out of Florida. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm very obsessed with these numbers. I got to figure this out. I need to see if we got any value here. So the Chargers, we gave up pick 86, which is worth 160 points. The Browns gave up pick, let's see, Popper said pick 105, which was worth 84 points. Pick 145. That's 2 fourth-round picks? No, that's a very early fifth. 33 and 206. This is not adding up. That is, I don't know if I... It says that we still have 35 points of value left on the floor here, which that's equivalent of like a fifth round pick. That's not a great value. It's going to be fun to pick tomorrow, but the value doesn't add up there. The Browns won that trade. But it is exciting to think about what's going to happen tomorrow, dudes. The O-line can't sign that many players. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Adinda, thank you so much. What did we get for it? So the Chargers, thank you again for the $5 holla. The Chargers got back 2 fourths and a sixth for the Cleveland Browns moving back into the third round to get their tackle. The Dolphins just took Will. Is it Kaczmarek? Kaczmarek. I think that's how you say it. Kaczmarek. He's, I think, one of the best blocking tight ends in this draft. Definitely kind of high, but, you know, that's a commodity in the NFL. But the Chargers left about a fifth-round pick worth of value on the floor there, so I'm not super big on that trade. But tomorrow's going to be a freaking busy day, dude. We have oh my goodness, wait. Because we have the extra pick already. So are we going to have 4 picks in the 4th round? Or am I confusing it because I think it's an early day. It's an early, I don't know, dude. I'm going to have to do some math here. That is an absurd amount of picks. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we have 7 picks tomorrow. We got a 5th from the Browns, correct? Yes, and their 4th. We got a 4th, 5th, and 6th from the Browns, I think. The thing I think is confusing is that I think the 5th round pick is very early. Let me go get some confirmation here. It's going to be an insane day tomorrow. Man, we're going to be, from the get-go, we're going to be drafting all day. So 105, 123, and 131. In the fourth round tomorrow. So we have 3 picks in the fourth round. We have 1 pick in the fifth round very early. Where is that? 145. Gee, I like the fifth pick in the fifth round. We have 3 picks in the sixth round at 202. And then 2 picks later at 204. And then 2 picks later at 206. Within a span of 6 picks, we're going to have 3 selections in round 6. That's going to be a very busy freaking day, dude. That is insane. That's an insane amount of picks. We started the year with 5 picks, and we're going to end the year with 7 picks in day 3. Plus the 2 earlier, so 9 picks. What? Are you serious? With pick 88, the Jags are about to select. I think I saw in the chat who they took, which is interesting. Bob with the $5 haul. I think if we play our cards right, we can trade all those picks for entire 7th round. That is pretty funny, dude. That is pretty funny. Movie fan says $2 haul. It's ridiculous. Trade back up to get a third player. It's a weird class, is all I'm going to say. It's weird to see these. I would have liked to take a player there. I'm not going to lie. I didn't love that trade in terms of value. I feel like you could have probably gotten something next year too. Like a 5th round pick next year. I would have liked to see that added to the deal. Emmanuel Pregnon just went to the Jags in the 3rd round. We'll see what happened to Pregnon and why he fell this far. But now we got to live with that fact too, that the Chargers traded down, and then just a few picks later, Pregnon comes off the board. But we'll see. We'll see how that pans out in the NFL. We'll see how that pans out in his career early, especially. Hang with the $2 haul director. I think we need a solid. We did solid on the trades, to be honest. I think the first trade we got 11 points of value, and the second trade we lost like 30 points of value. But, I mean, we got more picks, so whatever. I guess at the end of the day, hopefully it works out. I would have liked to see more value in the second one, though. I hope the Chargers didn't trade down for the sake of just having more picks. But the thing is, and this is kind of what's been pushed forward for a lot of people, is that all of these grades for this class in particular, they're all over the place. So, who knows? Maybe just having more stabs at it is the better move in the end. I don't know. So now we're at the point of the stream already where we're kind of just waiting to see who falls into the 4th round, and it's almost over already. We're at pick 89. Pick's already in. There's only 10 more picks. We'll see who falls into the 4th round. Again, the Chargers tomorrow have a really early 4th round pick. It's just 4 picks in, and then it's going to be the Chargers at pick 105. So we'll have our pick of the litter in the 4th round, but I would have liked to take an offensive lineman there. I'm not going to lie. Avieon Thomas just went in the 3rd round. Wow! Very fast. Great returner. Saw him in the 6th and 7th round on many mocks. But yeah, he's cool. He's cool. I don't hate it. Niners on the board at 90. Louis with the 5 months. I can see why we waited for more picks now. I guess we need young defensive pieces for our defensive coordinator to work with. Not the best decision, but not the worst. Yeah, it's lukewarm for me. I like that we have more picks. I don't like that we didn't get the value I feel like we should have gotten for that trade down. I mean, that's a pretty massive jump out of the third round completely. But they gave us several picks, so whatever, I guess. We'll make it work. And we have 7 picks tomorrow, so we got a lot of things. We got a lot of possibilities that could come out of this one, man. I don't even know where to begin with 7 picks. After this video is done, I have to go make a video for Bleacher Report, and I got to try and explain who we're going after tomorrow with 7 picks. in day 3, I know like a dozen players in day 3. Now I know maybe 2 dozen, but now we got 7 picks, so we gotta brush up. Hazy with the 5. Our main need is depth. I like backloading our draft. We got an edge. We got interior offensive line in the high rounds, which were our biggest needs. Let's chill. Yeah, I like it. Here comes the Niners selection. Thank you so much, Hazy. Kalon Black, running back out of Indiana. Interesting. Did Mike Washington get selected yet? Is he still out there? So it was Love, it was Price, and now Black is going to be the third running back off the board. Not on my bingo card. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, and I'm starting to see a little bit of what maybe the logic is behind that. You're getting 7 players of depth for free. So I kind of understand that. I would have taken one of the interior guys because you already have extra picks tomorrow. But I don't know. We'll see. You think the draft is talented enough for this? Again, it's so weird. I don't think that this draft is the most impressive we've seen. But there are several players that I think could step into the role and be just fine as backups. There are still players on the board that I think could compete for starter reps on the interior. Mainly being the Jennings Dunker, Caleb Tiernans. I think those guys could absolutely do it. I think in terms of guard specifically, Jalen Farmer, Bo Stevens. I got to look up this Billy Strouth guy out of Notre Dame. He looks good. He looks like a swing. But again, I don't know. Maybe he's good. You guys got to let me know. Jagger Burton is another one. He's a hybrid center guard. But there are guys. I mean, I also heard Pat Coogan, Indiana, could end up being a good one there too. But again, who are guys that can compete? Who are guys that are backups? There's probably a line drawn there somewhere. But there are still guys that I think could compete for reps as a starter this season. I would hope that we go in on it. And now that we have so many picks, I think the chances of us going in on it did go up. So I think that's worth something. Free agency after the draft too. Yeah. And yeah, it's not the most exciting class, but there's enough players on here that they can make a difference, especially for depth purposes. Coogan is a great player. Yeah, I've heard good things about him too. He jumped off the page. I was like, I remember reading an article or something on him. So there's plenty of players that can still compete. At the top of the list, like if we get, now that we have so many picks, if Jermod McCoy is there at the top of the 4th, I'm just going to, we should just take him. You know, that's something that you can stash away for a future year. It doesn't really hurt you now that you have 7 selections in day 3. You know what I mean? I'm kind of cool with that. You could take a stab at wide receiver now. I don't think it hurts us at all. Go get Deion Burks for your guy director. I would understand if Chris Bell's still there, that if they go after him. You can get even more depth at linebacker, corner. There's a lot you can do with that. I'm going to share with you guys some of the names I have written down for day 3. Are any of them still available from the day 2? Here's who I had written down that I would like to see for the Chargers in day 2. I had Malachi Fields. I have Jalen Farmer, who's still on the board. So there you go. Dominic Orange is gone. In the case that we didn't already take an edge, I had, as a day 2 guy, I like Denai Dennis Sutton out of Penn State. And then going into day 3, some of my favorite guys, Caleb Proctor is definitely one I would like to see. Nick Barrett. Onyedem is already gone. Deion Burks in bold and circled and highlighted. Jay Sean Barham is one that I had written down too. Jack Kelly, the linebacker out of BYU. Bud Clark's already gone. Ephesians Prysock is another one I think would be interesting. Jeff Caldwell, the ridiculous wide receiver. Eli Heidenreich, I think a lot of people are excited about him. I also written down in question mark Charles Demings and Jacoby Thomas, the safety out of Miami. But yeah, there's some guys in here. It's just, it's crazy to think how many picks that we have and how many directions that we can go, what the move would be. Here, the Raiders selection. We have pick 105 in the 4th round. We have pick 105. Trey Zune III, the center / they said guard on the broadcast again. Texas A&M lineman for the Raiders. Isaiah World visited the Chargers too. Yeah, that's one I probably should write down. Here come the Cowboys selection. Now we're kind of seeing who's falling. The Chargers, very early day pick tomorrow in day 4. So, I mean, if some of these guys can fall, I'd be happy. One of the DBs, I think, is kind of where I'm aiming. Interior offensive line, of course. But if Jermod McCoy is there in round 4, dude, I'm not even joking. Jay Sean Barham, Michigan edge. I liked him a lot, dude. He looked crazy. I think he played linebacker, then switched to edge, and he looked good in both aspects. Yeah, he's cool. I like him. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I'm texting somebody like, okay, we got some work to do before the draft tomorrow morning, because holy crap on a cracker, dude. 7 picks. And I don't think we have a 7th round pick, right? So it's all between rounds 4 and 6. We have 7 picks inside those rounds. That is ridiculous. That is insane. Pick is in for the Rams now. Jayshon Barham, that's cool. The Rams, they picked up a wide receiver last round, right? Actually, wait, I could just go do this. Max Clare. No, they went tight end. That's right. They went with Claire. Chris Bell is right there, dude. And Skylar Bell. See what the Rams do. Keegan Trost, Missouri tackle. I cannot say I'm familiar. How many picks in total? That puts us at 9 picks this year with 7 picks in day 3. That is pretty crazy. That's what I mean. Again, that's kind of the nature of this class. Everybody's everywhere. I like Keith Abney a lot too. But get my guy Dean Burks. We have 7 picks. Is he one of my last one, like my guys on this list? I like Bryce Lance, Deion Burks, Jalen Farmer, definitely. Devin Moore. Now there's plenty of my guys on here still. Caleb Proctor. Brennan Thompson. Yeah. We have a lot of ammunition, and there's a lot of good players out there, man. Just prepare yourselves for a lot of players that nobody knows. Because we have 7 picks. The odds of us knowing these picks go down with the more that we add, too. Ortiz hits on the 5th. Let him get another 5th with these 6-rounders. Oh, that's not a bad idea. What if the Chargers do trade out of the 6? How many do we have? We have 3 6-rounders. So what if we traded, like, 2 of them for 1 5th-rounder and just get, like, a dart throw at his best round? Could be kind of fun. Or maybe he trades down again out of the 4th round now that we have, like, 4 picks in the 4th round. We have 3. Oh, but we do have 1 pick in the 5th round. I keep forgetting. I keep thinking we have 4 picks in the 4th round. No, we have 3 picks in the 4th round and 1 pick in the 5th round now. It's pick 145, which is at the top of the 5th round. Yeah. We're pick hungry. Did Hurst get taken yet? Yeah, he did. Hurst got selected by... yeah, that's right, the Buccaneers. Because I was like, oh, there you go. Maybe some Mike Evans relief there. Bryce Lance, Rod McCoy, best defensive tackle available. Yeah. At this point, yeah, with 7 picks, just give me Jermod McCoy if he falls. Please and thank you in the 4th round. Like, that sounds awesome. Take him first and then fill in the rest later. What's our next pick after that? So we have pick 105. Our next pick's all the way down at 123. So it'll be a minute before we draft again. But then after that, our next pick is at from 123 to 131. Then to 145. Then a big gap. And then 202, 204, and 206. We have 3 picks in the span of 6 selections, which is crazy. Colton Hood. Yeah, Colton Hood, I think, was gone in like the 2nd round. So guys out there after June 1st, yeah, that is also something to consider. Everybody talking about A.J. Brown. I think it happens. Does it happen for the Chargers? It feels like a Patriots thing, but if it happens after June 1st. App thing. Miami Dolphins pick is in. We only have 5 more picks tonight. Then we're going to shut things down. I got to get a video done. a couple videos done. We got to talk about Jake Slaughter too, dude. We got to go get some reinforcements on Jake Slaughter, who's awesome. Like, again, we'll see how they decide to use him. I'm confused on if he's going to legitimately compete for guard, but that center issue that has just plagued this team for years feels completely solved now. Chris Bell to the Miami Dolphins. Awesome for them. Finally, they get a receiver that feels like he moves the needle, because this other guy, Caleb Douglas, he could be cool. I think he was more of a speed guy, right? No, yeah, Caleb Douglas was the X. That's right. Chris Bell looks really, really good. So good for them. I think they're finally filling out that wide receiver room. Not a bad wide receiver class, but next year's going to be crazy. We hit our biggest needs. Now we go depth. I think you can take some stabs at some upside guys here, too. There's a lot of upside guys that I like a lot. The edge class is so good. I don't mind going and getting the next guy behind Bud Dupree, but the thing is, we also have Kyle Kennard. So maybe that too many people at that position already. Because now what are we looking at? We're looking at Mac, Tooley, Messador, Bud, Kennard, and then whoever else. You know, how deep that you want to go on that position. But there's some guys here I still really like. Somebody put me on this guy, Nadame Tucker. Or is it Nadame? I don't remember how to pronounce it. Out of Western Michigan, which Chris O'Leary was coaching at. He looks pretty good, man. But other guys, Anthony Lucas is one I had written down. Denied Dennis Sutton is one I think has potential. Joshua Joseph's still there. Who's this other guy that I was like, oh, low-key? Tyreek Sapp. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we need edge anymore, though. I think you're going to see some DBs tomorrow. I think you're going to see some defensive line. I think you're going to see maybe some wide receiver. We'll see. Witness protection name. Here comes the 95th pick by the Patriots. Eli Raridon. Where is this guy? We're already into that territory. Eli Raridon. Where did he even... He's a Notre Dame. There he is. Projected 161. 6'7", 252. He's a blocking tight end. Okay, cool. Who are the tight ends that are still kind of on my radar here? The Utah tight end, Bentley. He kind of came on the scene late, but he looks good. Kozoil was one I know the guilty as charged guys were pushing. Nowakowski, the Hoosiers, Indiana's tight end. Good run blocker from what I remember. I watched Carson Ryan. He's more of a run blocker too. Yeah, I don't know. Tight end still has some guys there, though. Justin Jolly. But there are guys out there that I think the Chargers are going to wait and sign at the last second. I think for sure they're thinking about Darren Waller. I think for sure they're thinking about Jonnu Smith. There are guys I think that they're going to get in that tight end room that are not already on the roster. Like a Pokemon name. Carson Ryan is undrafted free agent. Yeah, I watched him a lot. He's cool. He's tough. The Cougs, had a pair of pretty good running backs in a good running program in due part to the blocking tight ends. Steelers select Jennings Dunker to the Steelers. Jennings Dunker. The mullet. Going to Pittsburgh. Yeah, they got Jennings Dunker. I again, it's tough because like you put your hopes up, but I was like, yeah, now we're in the 4th round. Like if he makes it to us, we're kind of lucky. But I mean, at this range, we still got guys. Tiernan, Farmer. Either one of those guys make it to us, I'm pretty happy in round 4. But now I'm really thinking about Jermod McCoy. You know what I mean? Like we got so many picks now. We're the team that can maybe take a shot on it. Linebacker sneaky need. Don't think we draft for that. Yeah. Linebacker. Any names left that I even know about? Is it Kyle Louise or Kyle Lewis? The Pittsburgh guy? He's Sean Elliott. The Oregon guy I saw jumping up a little bit more too. Bryce Boettcher. I saw him climbing. Jack Kelly I know because I watched. Harold Perkins I've heard some good things about. Yeah. I think there's some options in there. Yeah, Harold Perkins, I remember seeing some good stuff. The Oregon guy, yeah, people like the Oregon guy. Tight ends, I don't think we see all these great round 5, 7 tight ends. Gadsden was a heck of a steal, yeah. I mean, again, sure, there's a lot of tight ends that like went off the board already that I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that at all. Yeah, actually, I do remember this guy too. The Longhorns tight end looked really good. Jack Endries, I think is how you said it. He could be a nice middleman on that. But again, the Chargers have so many options at tight end. It'd be cool to see them take a stab at one in this class that was pretty nice. But if they don't, I'm not too worried about it because there's so many connections to some solid free agents still that aren't going to go against comp pick formula that I think they could still bring in. Man, we're starting to slide, dude, and I still got another video to record after this. We're sliding down. We are 4 hours and 10 minutes into this stream, and we got a pretty long one tomorrow, huh? I don't remember how long the stream was last year, but I'm guessing it's going to be on par with 5 hours today too. It's been pushing 10 hours already this week on streaming. May as well take a shot on some of these guys, yeah. David Njoku. I guess I didn't think about that either. I for whatever in my mind thought Njoku had already gotten signed, but that's yeah, not a bad idea. McCoy might get picked with these last few picks left. I would do it if I were a GM. I'd be like, it's third, especially if you have multiple picks. Take a stab, see if you got yourself a starter in the future. The Vikings pick is in. Did they? Okay. Oh, okay. They started it. Here it comes. I was sitting here like the Vikings haven't been announced yet. Oh, they have back-to-back picks here. So the Vikings are picking at 97 and 98. And then the day will be rounded out with the Seahawks and the Jags. You guys want a mock draft? Dude, I'm so beat already. We got to save some of this energy for tomorrow. We have such a long freaking stream tomorrow, too. It's going to be a big one. Day 3 is always the one that breaks me. I like crawl into my wife's arms at the end of it and just weep profusely. There's so much streaming. So many trades. So much heartbreak. I don't know what to think or feel anymore. Did we do good? Did we do bad? Is Slaughter a guard? Hold me. Yeah, McCoy's still there. The Vikings selection at 97. Caleb Tiernan. Yeah, here it comes. The lineman. Run. So Tiernan gone. Dunker gone. My biggest hope is that Jalen Farmer reaches us. I'd be fine with Bo Stevens, too. I'm going to look into Billy Shrouth today. He's also up there. He's actually listed above Bo Stevens, who I already like. I know of Pat Coogan. I'm going to look into more of some of these guards, see if anybody can compete for starting reps, because that can be pretty important. Connor Liu and Sam Heck still on the board, too, in terms of center, which is crazy. That means there was a pretty significant gap between Slaughter and the next guy, which is pretty cool. And then I need to also look at some of these prospects that can kick inside. I know Isaiah World was already looked at. I think he is a tackle that looks more like the future at swing for the Chargers. What about that Texas A&M guy? Crownover. Did he have any flexibility? He was huge, though. The Vikings at 98 select Jacoby Thomas, safety. Yeah, dude, I had this guy written down. Yep, out of Miami. He's somebody I was looking at in like round 5 or 6. Cool. Crownover has some reps at guard, not too many. Yeah, we're getting into the weeds now, though, guys. I can't sit here and tell you, oh, yeah, I know what it is. A 5th round pick. It was a tackle to play some guard, and he had some reps in practice in 2023, and looks like he may have some experience in swinging. And no, this is not the rounds for it. We are running on fumes and looking on the fly. Bo Stevens as guard too. Yeah, that's another one. They looked great in terms of that line all around. Here come the Seahawks selection at 99 before we wrap it up with the Jags afterwards, who are now on the clock. Last pick of the day. The Seattle Seahawks select Julian Neal, corner at Arkansas. All right. Jags are on the clock. Last team of the night. And then we're going to take a quick, I can't even stress how small, fast look at the remainder players and all the ridiculous amount of picks that we have throughout the day 4 mega episode, which I was expecting to only have like 2 picks in that episode. Now we have 7. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow, man. It's going to be busy. It's going to be a lot of us hyping up the names that we know and then trying to figure out if we like the names that they select, because this is the first time we're ever hearing about them. Get excited, yeah. Kyle Lewis, the Pittsburgh guy, I remember thinking that when I was reading up on him, he's smaller, but he's really good. I think he could end up being a value. He's rated 81 on PFF. We're all the way down into the hundreds now. Here's the last pick of day 2. The Jacksonville Jaguars. Jalen Husky, safety, Maryland. And that'll do it for day 2. That'll do it for day 2. Some insane talent still left on the board. Let's get in here and check out the scraps of day 3 for the Chargers to consider. Now, above my head, you're going to see Jermod McCoy, one of the best corners in this draft, who is very hurt, probably needs another surgery. But man, is he amazing. He could end up being one of the best players in this draft. But the medicals have caused him to slide. That is one I would consider with 7 picks in day 2. Abney and Scott, love both of these guys as well. Abney more outside. Keontae Scott, very good in the slot. Those are guys to consider. Bell, Lance, actually just go to the wide receivers here real quick. Some of my favorite picks at wide receiver tomorrow. Bryce Lance has been growing on me a lot. He's crazy. He's got a higher ceiling. Look at the stats last year. 1,000 yards, the 8 touchdowns. The year before, 1,000 yards. Excuse me, sir, 17 touchdowns, please and thank you. He can be an absolute monster. But again, he played at North Dakota State. He would be more of a project player. Surratt, you could probably throw out there as a sacrificial X2. He's a really good contested catch guy. He's got that X build in him. My favorite guys to target in the middle rounds or the late rounds, Deion Burks, Brennan Thompson. Brennan Thompson, I like. He's a pretty decent route runner. 2.7 per route run is pretty great. And then you take a look at Burks at 1.45, like those. That's kind of what you're looking at in terms of that. But Burks feels more like he's ready for NFL like contact. You know what I mean? Brandon Thompson, I'd be like every time he took a hit. But Brandon Thompson is also really good. Both these guys very, very fast. I show you that stat though, so I can go back to Bryce Lance and show you this, dude. This is why this isn't 3.58 is unheard of. Mid twos is awesome. 3.58 is absurd. There you go. McAllister's another big guy you could probably throw on the outside. 6'3", 205. Here's one of my sleepers, Jeff Caldwell. He's the one that has the RAS of 9.99. He's 6'5", 215. He ran a 4.31. He's insane. There are some receivers to have your eye on. I'm sure I've heard of CJ Daniels a little bit. You know, he's another guy that, you know, maybe you see some outside work. He's a really good blocker. There's your wide receivers. Tight ends. I've heard a lot of good things about Trigg, but we need somebody that's good in blocking in particular. The blockers left. Justin Jolly could end up being a good contributor there. Endries feels really balanced. He's got, you know, decent chops as a receiver, but I think he's pretty good as a blocker, particularly good as a blocker. Here's a pure receiver here in Tanner Kozioil. He's like another Donald Parham. He's huge, 6'7". He's more of a receiving tight end. Yeah, there's some guys. There's Carson Ryan, BYU. Dalen Bentley, Utah. Interior offensive line where everybody wants to see some movement. Jalen Farmer's kind of like the top of my list right now. Really like him in the 4th round. Big, powerful. What are my notes on him right here? And by the way, if you guys are wondering what I'm referring to, whoop, here you go. Some of the notes of the guys that I was like, here's some day 2 dudes that I would love to see to the Chargers. And this is somebody that I was looking at in like round 3. So Jalen Farmer in the 4th round. Yeah, I said powerful, bulldozer in the run game, can move in zone, looks sound in pass blocking too, could be a day 1 starter. He's still out there. So I'm rooting for Jalen Farmer. Okay, he would be, and I think that Strange can play both sides. So he would probably step into that Strange role, and then Strange might move into Penning's role, and who knows. But that's somebody I think that would fit really good. Bo Stevens, definitely one of those guys. Iowa line looked awesome. Jagger Burton, I think a little undersized. I don't remember, but he looked really good in terms of a swing from inside at center to guard as well. Pat Coogan, I've heard a little bit about. People like him. But yeah, I don't know. Defensive line, corner, and safety are the other ones to kind of pay attention to. But as far as like early on, because here we go. This is what I wanted to show you guys. Look at all these picks, dude. Actually, zoom down a little. Actually, no, you guys got to be able to see it. 105. There's pick 1. Literally 5 picks into the day, we're going to be on the board, okay, or on the clock. Then all the way down at 123, same round. Then all the way down at 131, not too far after that. 3rd pick in the 4th round. Now let's get into round 5. Early round 5 pick. Then a big break. And then we have 3 picks. 3 picks inside of 6 selections between 202 and 206. It's going to be a crazy day, dude. It's going to get nuts in here. I don't know about you guys. I can get pretty excited about that. We got a lot of ammunition. So you guys let me know who you're hoping the Chargers walk away with tomorrow. I'll say this in the last, because you guys are asking about defensive tackle. There are some defensive tackles I do like too. Halton, Rashawn Benny's one of my favorite. Really good run defender. I think that would be one the Chargers should definitely look at. Caleb Proctor could be really good here too. He's definitely one of the higher like upside pass rushers from the interior. Chargers might want to get some help there. I like him a lot. So I would say some of my favorite tomorrow. Benny, Proctor, Halton I haven't looked into too much, but he's more of a run defender too. I wouldn't be too upset about that. Halton and is it Carleone? The mafia guy. What was his name? The Godfather, right? Kind of undersized, but pretty good, at what they do. Zane Durant. There's some guys. Nick Barrett was one that I had written down. He looked awesome. Run defender. 6'3", 332. He's cool. But again, we're getting into the day 3 prospects, so we're going to have to hope and pray that the research done behind the scenes is better than the research done on the director's computer on the weekends. It should be a lot of fun. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. This has been the director. Long day of streaming today. Going to be even longer tomorrow. We still have some left in here, so I probably should put that down and not finish it tonight, or I'll be up all night because we got to be up early tomorrow for what's going to be a 7-pick day 3. Could be a lot of fun. There's still a lot of names on the board, weirdly, that I know of. There's a lot of value that you could still grab here in the 4th round. Now with 3 selections is pretty cool. And they'll have to see where the Chargers' priorities are in terms of depth, in terms of flyers, and in terms of how much risk that you want to take. McCoy would be awesome. I'm one of those teams now that I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's try it. Worst case, he sits this year and, oh no, one of our 7 picks has to sit for a season before he can come back and be a potential first-round talent in the future. So should be a lot of fun. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. This has been The Director. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. As always, bolt up, stay frosty, and welcome to the Bolts Jake Slaughter, baby. Let's go.